have made all my wheels and stuff, I decided I wanted to make a random car, and so I am doing that. The wheel has built some cursed things, some actually decent things. I don't know what it'll build this time. We've got a truck. It seems to be doing a few trucks. As I say, truck isn't the worst body because you can do quite a bit with it. In wide height, you can build... It's one of those bodies. You can build a lot that's technically a truck, and it can be a lot of things. Typically, there's less weight in the back, but it can be useful. What size? Are we getting a mid-sized truck? Yeah, almost got a large truck. Mid-size is generally a better idea, I think. And as I say, it's a truck, so... For now, this one, we have got to choose the engine positioning, though. Let us see. A mid-sized, mid-engined pickup truck. Well, means it shouldn't be front-heavy, per se. So... I mean, I don't know, there's various trucks, but we're going to have to select engine positioning and set that to mid, which will cancel out a lot of the options. There's some large options here. Those are technically trucks, and they're 2.5, so they're about right size. I can go with something a little older, though. 2.4, they're on the smaller side, I would think, for a mid-size. This one... 2.69, nice number there for wheelbase. This should be a good starting point. It does supposedly support the mid-engine nature, and it's kind of more van-like, but it's a starting point. I can probably change it in the future. It gives us a working entry point to the kind of realm of production cars, race cars, whatever. Now, what body material do we get? Fiberglass, okay. Odd, but not terrible. Now, we need the wheel of 6 options to decide. I grabbed it, but I didn't spin it. Space frame, okay. Space frame fiberglass pickup truck. That's something I didn't think I would be building. I mean, it can go any way. Or it can just ask me to spin again, which I will do. Almost gave me a 1 there. Probably wouldn't make that much difference, but the body isn't going to provide much stiffness because it's made of fiberglass. So we're going to go with one of the mid options. I believe this is the wheel. It's going to be mid-transverse or mid-longitudinal. We are getting mid-transverse, okay. Getting quite interesting. I mean, I might have to change this body or something. Probably not, but I'll have to do something. It's not going to have the most space in the back, being mid-engined. I can make it work as a truck, but who's to say if it will genuinely work in a brilliant way or not? Oh dear. Look, you were so close to giving me a brilliant race vehicle wheel, and then leaf springs. It's a terrible suspension setup. Maybe it'll still be decent. I honestly don't know. Yeah, it's giving me strut on the front. I was just thinking, if it didn't give me struts on the front, then it would have been unfair and I would have to re-roll. Nope, we are getting this stuff. I do have the random colour generator up somewhere. There we go. So, let's generate a couple of colours. We're getting purple and blue. Now, if we just add a colour, change it here, and then we'll go Control V. No. I did Control C first, which kind of completely contradicted what I was trying to do. That is a nice purple. I think if we go to the tray, we can try out the other colour it is going to give us. Which is, or going to give us, given us, which is this blue. Control V. There we go. They might work together. I don't know at this point. But we have got that done. It's actually not sitting absurdly high off the ground. I was expecting it to look a lot worse than it is. Just hide the wheel for a time. Yeah, so this is the starting point we have got. I will probably have to go with a different body because this looks very narrow. So probably not going to fit a lot of engine transversely. For the time being, however, we have got to choose which one of these options. So if I just look through the wheels and then I will bring it up when I have got it. Yeah, so we're going rear-wheel drive or some kind of all-driven wheels. It will be the dual wheel. What it's doing here, the Maxwell-mobile I built way back, it kind of reminds me of that. That was rear engine, but it was similar in overall layout. It was a pickup truck, it was rear engined, and it had same suspension configuration. I think it was made of fibre, not fiberglass, sorry, carbon fibre. It's giving me those kind of vibes because I'm not seeing what else I could compare it to. That was also mid-size, would you believe it? And it had an inline engine like we have got now. That had an inline 6, so I don't know what we'll get now. What kind of a spin was that, though? It, like, bounced and then went the other way round. Alright, let's spin you again. It loves choosing spin again. It's like the favourite. There we go. We are getting a 2. We are getting inline 4. This could be good, or it could be bad. I am not sure. Like, at this point, it could go anywhere. Anyway. There's not, like, a set way it's going to fall now. We have not got a 1. We have got a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Aussie heavy. Decent. Entirely decent engine block there. So this is the next wheel we spin. We almost got pushrod. We didn't quite get pushrod. We got spin again. And we got spin again, once again. That was a very weak spin, but it was a spin no less. Dual overhead cam, okay. Given we've got a lack of cylinders, somewhat makes up for it. What next? Oh well. That's something. We have got a 5 valve per cylinder dual overhead cam setup. Good, good. Although it is only on a 4-cylinder, I can sense some kind of a vibe going on. And we've got billet race. Okay, generally entirely decent, lightweight 4-cylinder so far. I'll say that and then it'll like make it 5 litres or something. It is also rear-wheel drive for all it's worth, so that's something. The engine doesn't fit, apparently, though. Oh, height. Height is bad, perhaps predictably so. So if I just remove a wheel. Height being the issue, though, there's going to be a body out there that supports this. So what have we got here? I think this is definitely on the smaller side of mid-engine, but I think it is large enough at like 2.6 metres to be considered mid-size for me. Granted, I'm not so sure it'll take the wide height with the leaf springs that well. Now, you know what? It doesn't look as bad as it could have. The engine fits in this, surprisingly enough. Granted, it's supposed to be a pickup truck. It just looks like I'm going to build a little sports car if I keep going this way. No less. It's an option. So how large can we go? It's an option like until I change to a different body if I have to. I'm going to have to go back to the size because if the rest of the internals are bad on a 4-cylinder, it could well blow up past 3 litres. I'm going to have to give it a chance to, you know, get the rest of the engine put together, see if it can actually take any kind of load. Forged, okay. We have got forged crankshaft. Or a forged crankshaft. We've got cast light conrods. Okay. And what now? I mean, conrods, if you want anything to be heavier, it's conrods because of the stresses they face. That's why I say about the engine size, though. Like, the engine could It could just be unable to take more than 3 litres, depending on the config. Okay, so the one part you kind of want to be forged isn't forged, and the rest is forged. I may have to cap off the size a little just to make this thing not grenade itself, but so far it's not done an awful job of building this engine. Like, there's been worse units. I reckon there's been worse units actually made in real life against just this random wheel build. No valve timing, I'll accept that much. It's still good elsewise. So, we have got 4. We have got, that's a twin charge. A twin charge 4-cylinder. This is getting interesting now. Are we building some kind of 80s rally engine? I don't know. I mean, it's got leaf springs on the front, which is definitely going to restrict what it's capable of. Variable geometry turbocharger, okay. And then we've got, I'm sorry, I've got the wheel off, and I didn't realise. I don't know, I think I missed all this stuff on the wheel. I think I missed that all. That was dumb. You'll have to just trust me. It's giving us spin again twice. So, my dumb mistakes aside. I mean, look, if I was cheating, I would have just given myself VVT and a forged conrods. So, we've got ball bearing turbo. No, that's journal, sorry. I'm not going to cheat there. And we have got 3 different options for the supercharger. I don't think journal bearing is the worst, especially since it's going to be on the higher end of turbochargers. And we've got bypass for supercharger control. This isn't too bad. It's given it like a 6-litre supercharger. I don't think it has to be that big, at least for just our initial supercharger. We can change it later if we have to. We have got fuel injection. Twin charge has given us that much at least. So, what next? What kind of fuel injection? Multi-point. Honestly, any of these options are pretty good. Be it mechanical, multi-point, or direct injection. Any of those are decent. I've probably got the one that's like, I don't know. I think it's probably the worst of the 3 for power, but as I say, none of them are particularly bad technologies. They're all pretty good. So we've got 6 options for fuel. And we are getting ethanol blend. Don't think that's too bad. We've actually got a lot of options here. We've got 5 different options for the type of ethanol blend, or rather, should I say, the quantity of ethanol that goes into the blend. Is this going to be spin again? Yes, it is. I was thinking it's going to be a 1. We are getting fairly middling quantity of ethanol. I say middling, it's actually E70. That's quite a lot of ethanol. It just jumps. It's like E10, E27, E70. Like, that's a big jump for how much ethanol it's got in. I don't know how that's going to affect it for, like, power or anything. I think ethanol is, generally road legal fuel, so that is something. We've got a standard mid-intake. I don't think the intake's going to be the worst part, even though it does restrict airflow a little. I think there's far worse ways to punish this. Yeah, I have got 6 options. I'm just making sure I've done it correctly. We've got the wheel of 3, which I almost closed tab on. I did not want to do that. Turbo mid. At least, hey, it's consistent with the mid. It shows mid on both of them. And it's not turbo compact. That's generally a pretty bad option, if I am honest. So, spin again? Indeed. I will. And we will go for seeing what we get. Getting me spin again. We're going to get spin again like 5 times in a row or something. Well, we've got bypass valves. Should help with some airflow given we've only got 1 exhaust. And then we have got... Will we get a catalytic converter? Let us see. Freeway. Not great for airflow. I think this engine may have bigger issues than having a slightly restrictive catalytic converter, intake and outtake and all that. There's bigger issues regarding this engine. Like the fact it's only got 4 cylinders to distribute who knows how much power. No muffler for the first muffler. Or no muffler option there, should I say. And we are spinning again. Come on, please give me something decent. Straight through. It'll either be noisy or just quiet for no reason whatsoever. I'll probably throw a like economy tune on or something. Actually, no. Forget that for now. I have to choose a size. I didn't do this earlier because I didn't know what the engine would take. So can I go up to 4 litres or will it just explode? I think going beyond 3 litres with this isn't going to work all that well. Yeah, so like, I think I'll go up to 3 litres, 2 or 3 litres for size. Just because if I change it too much, the engine is probably just going to blow up. I don't see we could go above 3 litres in this and actually have it work. Because even at 3 litres, it's going to be pretty hard to tune this because of the torque, the conrods. The conrods are not going to make much torque no matter what I do to this. And then there's fitting it in the car in a transverse mid-engine layout. Not the worst, but it is a pickup truck, so who knows about the height issues we could run into. So we've got 2. We've got a 3 litre engine. I mean, as I say, I just don't feel it's safe for the car to try and push it any further than 3 litres. So we could probably go tune and tune for economy just to try and get this thing running. Unable to tune it. Okay, can I go tune for power? Because currently I just want to try and get the thing to actually start and run. I can do it, sure. But I don't know about the tuning in the game automatically. I'm going to have to go back to it, so I can't hear it right now just because of that. That's technically a pickup truck, according to the game. But, ooh, that's a truck. These are trucks. That's on the larger side of mid-size. I doubt this will fit. Yeah, the engine doesn't fit. So how doesn't the engine fit in this? Does it say? I mean, like, this is technically a pickup truck. Well, more of a ute, perhaps, but it's curious. I mean, the front leaf springs do not look good at all on it. Anyway, what have we got for... Yeah, it's high. As I was saying before, it's height that is the real restriction point here for what engines we can fit in what cars. I mean, I'll look way back, see what there is, because I don't want to rule out some of the 50s or 60s bodies if they have what we need. They do not. I mean, they probably have decent pickup bodies, but nothing that supports mid-engine all that well. That's small. It did declare medium is what we need, so I can't quite go with that. I mean, there's this. I mean, that falls into the correct, what do you call it? But again, I think the engine is far too high. Like, technically, that is a 2000s truck, and it is mid-size, but I just don't see it fitting this engine. Okay, length. This actually could fit it. How does where does the engine fit? Because this is a very interesting body. And it is, at least according to automation, a pickup truck in this form. I just don't think the leaf springs look good at all on it. Like, if it sat lower, I would definitely see the point in it, but still. Granted, I am surprised. Like, where are they hiding this engine? Because I can't see an engine. I can't see an engine at all in there, even though it's supposed to be mid-engined. Got the Falcon SUV. Is that a Ford Falcon? I don't know. I mean, there's a few, so... That's maybe as small as I could possibly go and still have it kind of mid-size. This looks like it could take a mid-engine layout a bit better than some of them. The engine bottom end has failed. Okay, this fits the engine at the very least. I can say that much. It's the right kind of size, and it fits the engine. I know it's kind of van-based, but if you're going to go with a mid-engine layout, it looks like this has the space. There we go. Like, this just about has enough space for what this engine is. Just beneath this tray, as I believe they call it. It has just enough... I'm going to change these wheels. It maybe won't give me alloys, but they're going to look so much nicer than the default ones. for the time being. So yeah, rear-wheel drive. It's quite full for height, but this should do the job. I mean, I don't think we're going to be running into too many issues here. So how tall can we go with this? Not very. I mean, we can go up to 3 litres, and this does probably look like one of the better mid-engine truck bodies to me. I just don't know exactly how I'm going to get working. The immediate way I can think, because I know the torque is a limit on this engine, I'm thinking if I go lower the supercharger and lower the turbocharger on this twin charge setup for boost, and I don't know, that's not saving it. I was thinking maybe that'll make it less explodey. How about the compression? Do you like a lower compression or do you like a higher compression? Okay. I've not done a great job of it, but I've got the engine to a stage it's kind of working, at least. Can see how this thing sounds. And I've not got the music on, have I? Usually I have the music. Oh dear. It's like, I'm just not going to work today. Well, at least I got some sound out of it. It was very superchargy. Let's load this in. That'll have to do. That's very loud. Just try and level this out a little. I think that's... Okay, I think that's okay for volume. I don't know. That should do. But I don't know. I don't want it to, like, cut through my voice. I think... Wait, that's going to have to do for the music. Anyway. I keep doing this. My head is just not working properly. I'm supposed to add that on early on. Right, anyway, we do get to let the wheel choose what kind of transmission we get. 7 options, that's what we need. Continuous. Look, it's not a 2-speed. I'll take continuous because it's not a 2-speed transmission. So it's better than it could have been. It's less cruel than it could have been. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a race differential. Well, that's kind. Especially given it said you have to have leaf springs on the front. Offers a little bit of redemption there. We've got tyres. Oh, how scared I am. I shouldn't have been scared, apparently. It's just, like, the Maxwell mobile I built, it's almost building that again. There are differences, but it's surprisingly close to what that vehicle was. A rear-engine pickup truck with race tyres and rear-wheel drive and leaf springs on the front. Rally tyres. Okay, things start to get interesting there. They are rally tyres, but they're not cross-plies. They are radials, and they are actual rally tyres, so it should be okay for grip, even if it's not the absolute best thing on the tarmac. And we should just be able to use brute width because they're radials. So we could have been given a lot worse a hand than we have. Could try and, like, lean into the leaf springs and the fact it's a truck and make it a little more off-roady, even if it is only rear-wheel drive. We've got forged, which actually match the kind of temporary wheels we've got, which I find mildly comedic. So we've got 5 options here. We have not been dealt front drum brakes. We have been dealt vented discs. Very kind. Again, it's one of these cars. It's like, before, with the Maxwell mobile, as I called it, it gave me leaf springs on the front, much like this, but then it kind of redeemed itself later on by giving me a very good parts list from there on out, and the thing didn't weigh that much. So yeah, there's a chance this is going to be quick, but perhaps less controllable than other cars with independent suspension. I don't know how these tyres are exactly going to brake. If they brake, well, that's part of what it's going to come down to. Yeah, 2. I forgot I was still on the front brakes there, but we've got 2 piston, they're decent. 4. Yeah, we're going to need this wheel. We have got carbon ceramics. It does this surprisingly much, actually. Carbon ceramics on the back of the car. No less. No less. I think the vented discs on the front are about as good as I could ever expect from the wheel, because it's been a lot crueler before. Yeah, the rear brakes are better. But I don't think the front brakes are bad. I think these two can work together. I think they can be made to get along. What kind of under tray do we get? Sport under tray. Didn't quite get a race under tray, but that's still decent. I don't know about downforce, because we do have to go with, like, rear all or neither. No, yeah, rear all or neither. Front only downforce doesn't have any advantages whatsoever, so I'm going to go this way. Neither, okay. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it rides quite high off the ground and it's on rally tyres. That's some sense of redemption, so I won't add any aero. But do we get cooling flaps? That is another question. I mean, hey, from a, like, keeping the build going perspective, not having to add aero does make things flow a little better. Spin again, it said, so I will. And I'll land on spin again. How strange, it's almost like it likes continually choosing spin again. 3 times in a row. How many can we count? 3 times we don't even get cooling flaps. Okay, but at least it's chosen an option. Now, we have 7 options of various types here for interior. Is that luxury? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're getting a luxury interior. Watch as it gives me like 8 track, because I think there's 6 options here for, like, I'm going 70s onwards. So, oh dear, didn't spin that properly. Going 70s onwards. So, is that CD? I get the feeling that's either sat nav or CD. So 1, 2, 3. Yes, we're getting a CD player. I like my CDs. It has done something that mildly appeases me. I had to say that. Now we're only getting a basic CD player. We're not even getting a nice CD player. What is this thing? Is it like a 70s luxury truck or something? It doesn't look like it's from the 70s, but I am very limited in terms of what bodies I have available to me. That will take the engine in the middle while also still technically being a pickup truck. We need 7 of these options. I'll take electric steering. It's like a very weird luxury pickup truck. From the, I don't know, would you say from the 80s? Probably with a basic CD player. It's probably like, that's probably the closest it is. So we've got 5 options, I believe. I fear the 1. Shouldn't have said that, but I fear it. The 1 is just staring me down at this point. Lucky escape, I'd say. We have got ESC. Without ABS and leaf springs on the front, I can't say this would have certainly been good. So we've got 6 options for 70s onwards for safety, and then we'll choose the finer points. And it chooses spin again. Of course it would choose spin again. Are we going to want? You know what? I won't complain. It's not safe, but at least it's lightweight. This 70s safety is lightweight. But which variant of 70s safety? We're getting average 70s safety. It is made of fiberglass with a space frame, so I don't know exactly how light this is going to be. But I don't think it'll be massively heavy, which will probably help make the most of these leaf springs. We've got progressive springs, okay. Not great, but not the worst option available. Can be generally pretty good in a sporty pickup truck, I think. Spin again. We're seeing a lot of spin agains today. And other days, in fact. We're getting semi-active dampers. Okay, we've got progressive springs and semi-active dampers. That doesn't line up. Well, it kind of does, because leaf springs. You're not really going to get anything other than leaves that are very basic suspension. Should have factored that in before. I don't think you can get, like, air leaf springs in the way you can with struts or wishbones. Spin again. 2 spin agains. Let's see how many it chains together. Okay, we've got 2. We've got semi-active sway bars. Slightly better than passive. I don't know how good they actually are compared to passive, but in case this thing rolls, we at least have something on our side to keep it under control. It's got a lot of travel. Like, I actually apparently could lower it like 3-4 millimeters. I think I can make this work, but I'm going to have to pursue the, like, off-road vibes. I kind of did that with a Maxwell mobile, even though that was on racing slicks. I made it look a little more off-roady to justify the wide height, and it worked somewhat. So, summary, 1164. It's lighter than the Maxwell mobile. The thing does not weigh a lot, partially because I can't make the 4-cylinder that big at all. We've got 150 horsepower in its current build. That will get better. What about downforce? If there is... probably lift, to be honest. More likely to be lift than downforce. Okay. Front downforce. And no rear downforce. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I think I can make it work. The one thing it may have going for it is if this is rear heavy, which it is. So maybe it can somewhat maintain stability. Or, alternatively, there's one other thing I could try, and that's changing the body. Not something I particularly like as an idea. So we've got that. So that's 2.6. I think if I went with a different body, maybe that would put the downforce into perspective. Maybe it's cheesy, but maybe we can use it to our ends. There's just no older bodies, even though I feel like that could work. I mean, there's these, but they're too large. It said mid-size, so we can't just use whatever we feel like when it desperately wants a mid-size vehicle. Now, what is that? What is that's not massive? If I could get a more pickup trucky one. Well, I mean, there's loads of the same body, basically. I'll try, this looks a little larger. This is 2.69. I might have just been on this one. The engine's reliability is too low. But it does, I think, fit in the car, truck, whatever. Yeah, it's still making more front downforce. I don't know if it's that body. There is like one other option I have, and that's the kind of enlarged key truck type thing. Oh, we have that as well. That's the right kind of size. And it fits the engine, surprisingly enough. Not very well. But it supposedly fits the engine and it's the right size. You're going to have to lean into the off-roading nature, though, because, yeah, that. I can, like, kind of artificially lower it, but then how am I supposed to fit any kind of pickup truck bed, tray, however you say it, on the back? It's just weird. Yeah, it's always going to make more downforce on the front, which is strange. It just seems to be the overall layout of the thing. I mean, there's this, 2005. Right kind of size. I think I was using it, but a different variant. And this doesn't fit. Ah, dear. I think that's a little on the larger side. Key wagon, yeah, so this is like, I don't think this is a key car. I think it's larger than that, but I think it is based off of that. Look, this is technically a pickup truck, so I'm going to take whatever cheats I can get. It is not a typical pickup truck, but it's counted as a pickup truck, so, you know. Are there any other, like, truck-type versions of this, or is this the only truck one? Ah, that's odd. You can get a slightly different nose. I prefer this nose. The engine does not fit. How doesn't it fit? In basically every way. Okay, that body is out. It would have been fun to, like, cheese it with that. There's that one as well. That's technically a truck. Hi, Revo. I'm having to build a mid-engine truck. It is awkward. But the wheel decided, so... There's only so many ways I can do it, and it likes making more front downforce than it does rear. So... That's a thing. Yeah, it's like, it makes loads of front downforce, and then nothing on the back. There just isn't a huge number of options. And then the bodies are limited, so I can't even try cheesing it by changing the body. It's making my life a bit difficult. So, what size is this? 2.69. Yes, it's got the very nice size. This is... I don't know how it's going to turn out. But that downforce is concerning. It's managed to make... Even without giving me just, like, front-only downforce, I took that option away and it still made it have downforce on the front. Yeah, high fingers rear engine truck. I mean, it's mid-engine technically, but I did have the rear engine, the Maxwell Mobile. That was a rear engine. That had it behind the wheels. But this is, this isn't a key truck. The other one, it was based off a key truck, but I can just bring it up again. Like, that was like an extended wheelbase version of a key truck, and yeah, it's not really a truck. It's just something where someone's cut the back out of a normal car, and it's like, hey, technically this is a pickup truck, so I can get it to work. Yeah, this thing is just weird, though. And I would say I don't like it. It did give me rally radials. They're not too bad. 39.6 braking distance. Well, at least it can slow down with its 1970s safety. At least it can slow decently. And it's 1,200 kilos as well, so it's not heavy. I don't know how I'm going to tune this engine though, because it's got a 3-litre 4-cylinder. I couldn't make this engine any larger. I tried, but it just wasn't going to work. It was going to grenade itself if I tried. Okay, I don't know. I think this body, compared to one of the others I've used, does actually fit a taller engine. Probably going to have a very tiny pickup bed, but we make our compromises somewhere. The engine bottom end has failed. I mean, I've changed the proportions massively now. It does have some RPM, but the torque is pitiful. It just doesn't make torque. That's probably going to restrict power. I mean, can I raise that RPM? I can somewhat by just making the unit heavier. At this point, it's going to need to rev, so... I mean, it gave me a 5 valve per cylinder header as well. And after that 5 valve per cylinder header, we've got this stuff that just can't... we've got cast iron conrods, which cannot put any kind of torque down whatsoever and don't like revving out either. The conrods are a real restriction on this thing. Excessive torque. Yes, it just doesn't like the torque at all. I can try, I think, removing the radiator. Oh, not radiator, the intercooler, because often that helps these cars. I can also, like, ramp these things up, because that should lower the torque. The torque is just so excessive, though. Hi, Bart. I am building a thing. Wait. Get an image of it? Yes. The wheel has made some odd decisions. it has leaf springs. The wheel's favourite thing, and one I despise. But the wheel did it, so I have to do it. It's extremely, basic on that front suspension. There is... Also, the engine wants to blow up, because the engine is not very strong. Oh yeah. So Chinese car licensing. Yeah, I think they did it for a while. And then they just copy everyone. But well, they did copy them. At least they copy them. Honestly, all cars I think copy each other to a perspective. The wheel gets what it wants. Here's something that's funny. The downforce. Like, that's basically the aerodynamic stuff. It's got a lot of, like, force pushing down on the front of the car, but it's got lift on the back, so it's lifting the front off the ground while pushing the front down. Not a very stable thing, because the back's just gonna have no, how would you say it, grip whatsoever. I can't even think of the term grip. Something's going on in my head. Anyway, 5,800. That is not a lot of RPM. Wait, I don't think I set this. Time to roll with the wheel because I missed 1 point off this engine. Do we get wayscale boost control or any of that? Yep, we get smart boost. Okay. I don't think that's going to redeem it, but anyway. The supercharger. That's the kind of power curve I like to see. Oh, it's somehow going, but the engine just wants to explode because there's too much torque. Wait, is that got yeah, everyone copies everyone, I think, to a point. Wait, it's influenced. Yeah, sorry, it is. They call it influenced. It's definitely not copying. Influencing and copying are totally different. Yeah, I could see the Germans copying American cars. I think the 50s American cars also took a lot from other countries. I think they were looking at like what everyone else was doing, and they took a lot of the ideas to try and make their own cars better or something like that. So I can try like taking all the boost out of the turbo. Okay, this thing isn't quite as explodey now. Right, intercooler. We move that because as much as it makes better power, it makes more torque as well. Somehow, we are still making 200 horsepower. No idea how. No idea how this thing is making any power. With everything that it's got going through. I mean, I don't know what to do. I guess I could say I'm changing the manifold size and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you do, like, I feel you can see the influence in all the places. I know a lot of more modern cars, I know that a lot of them have basically the same template. So you see, like, Japanese cars I find are actually somewhat less distinctive. Because in the 90s, you know, like, a lot of the iconic Japanese cars, it kind of looked like what they were supposed to be, even if it was stealing ideas. Now they just, you look at a Japanese car, it just looks like, I don't know, a BMW. Oh, well, no, BMWs have massive noses, but looks like some kind of German car. Because they're all, like, changed in that way. I mean, I don't know, my Citroen has a mustache. Like, the thing literally has a mustache on it, so... I love how it's got some French lunacy in it, despite being a fairly modern vehicle. Now, let's see how this engine actually... It doesn't actually sound bad. I'm not going to be making a whole lot of power because of the overall nature of it, but I don't think it sounds too bad. It doesn't rev out very far, which a 5-valve engine would like doing. I think this actually, speaking of 50s American cars, this actually has more valves than an American V8 in the 50s on like a 4-cylinder, so... I mean, that's definitely something going for it. Granted, there is not a whole lot going for it. Okay, that's not raising the torque. That's actually lowering the torque. I can make this work. Yeah, most cars do look like German. No, most cars look like European cars. I think part of it might be like that the German cars are somewhat desirable, so everything wants to look like them. I do think if you go back to like the 60s, maybe even 70s, they did try and make them look more American, so I don't know, maybe it's just what's in trend. Maybe it's just people want to buy German cars, so like everyone follows that style. I know my car was like trying to be German, but then they did a lot of weird stuff that the Germans would never do. It's like they made the centre of the steering wheel not turn and stuff. And I love it, but I wouldn't exactly say it's German in how they've designed it. I mean, that's why I bought the thing. It's a crazy boat. It's a crazy boat that tries to look normal. This car just makes too much torque for its own good, and I can't find a way of lowering it. Kind of throttle out the exhaust loads. Well, that does restrict the torque. Can I make that larger? Will that... No, massive exhaust doesn't help. I think there's only one way, and that's if I can change the dimensions to get this thing to go. Yeah, honestly, one thing I do know, I know the Korean cars have started changing. Like, they've not just been following the German ones a little. Like, they've not been following the Germans to a lot. I know some of the Korean cars look a little different. I might have to try and choose a body that will allow a bigger engine, because the way this car is working out, I'm going to have to go obnoxiously high on the board just to get this thing to actually make any kind of torque. It's not the best for power, but to get the thing actually running without changing the spec. Yet I am limited for what options will actually fit this car in, and which will technically be mid-size still. So, I mean, there's that. Maybe I'm gonna have to go with that one eventually. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a point they're going with the Korean ones. I don't know, it's not a look I would go for, but I could see it working on some things. They probably designed it better than I could, honestly, with the crash safety regulations and everything. That's actually definitely a truck, but... I mean, it's going to have the most pitiful bed ever. You're not going to fit a lot in this, but I can technically make it a truck. And I'm clicking on the wrong windows. So, 207. Right, so engine size. I can go a little larger with this body. Not by much, though. Okay, it makes a little more torque. I am getting somewhere. I mean, it's crazy how few bodies there are. I guess it's mid-engine pickup truck, which is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very strange configuration, but ooh. Now I think I've tried them. I feel like I'm choosing between 3 different bodies and half of them don't work. Because yeah, you can have half of 3, I'm sure. Does this fit? No. Even this one doesn't fit. I mean, there's this. There's this mini truck which somehow seems to fit a bigger engine in than anything else. Well, it seems like my hands are tied. I have to go with this. Because nothing else works. Nope. Okay, I just run out of length on these cars. It's like the most absurd issue I've ever encountered, I think. How lightweight is this body? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've got like 3 bodies I can choose, and this is one of them. It is, yeah, it is light. Okay, so this is the lightest body. It does have its advantages. It's very strange, but then the wheel does build very strange vehicles. I think I'll just keep this one. I'm not going to fit any better engine than this. The only thing I could possibly do to get this to work is just make the engine smaller. I'm going to go just over 2.5 litres because I think if I don't do that, the whole car is just going to explode the engine. It's still at least within the requirement, which is above 2 litres and under 3, as the wheel has chosen. So I'm kind of cheesing it, but if the engine's just going to explode, if I do anything else, there's only so much I can do. So, a 2.5 litre 4-cylinder with a questionable parts list. It does actually rev higher as well. Being smaller is possibly going to save this thing. Because a large engine does not have a single advantage that I can see. I could try and actually let the engine rev and see how it sounds again. Because before it wasn't even running properly. I think the springs and lifters should realistically be lowered to get this to rev lower. It is not a high revving engine, and I'm going to have to deal with that. No, I'm not defying the wheel. The wheel's set up to 3 litres, but above 2 litres. I'm doing that. I'm kind of cheesing it because I feel like I should be using a 3 litre wheel. 3 litre engine, but I'm having to like find loopholes where I can. Otherwise, this engine just isn't going to work within the torque limitations and the RPM limitations. Everything else I can just do exactly as it says, but this I have to cheese it a little just to get the thing to run. The rest of it is all exactly as it says. Because I've only done the minimum I have to do to actually get this thing working. And then there's the tuning it. That's the only other way I can help myself. But the tuning is like just changing, not changing the specs. I mean, hey, I've got a fun body at least. Even if it's got a fun body, that sounds like something you could take out of context. Oh dear. I don't know. Oh, there's also even like the stream avatar's quotes as well. Oh dear, I think I've done myself in now. I think this is gonna work anyway. It's not gonna be powerful, but I don't know. It's not gonna be powerful. It probably won't handle great, but I can try. So 186.3. Ah, there we go. Making that smaller helps. It is now making some power, if not a lot. I want to get 200 horsepower at least. Like, if I can do that, I'll settle, given how flawed this engine actually is. $193. So, 21. $193.1. This is Ace Attorney music I've used before. It doesn't give any issues with copyright or anything, and it's generally pretty good. Used the Gran Turismo music before as well. Like, sometimes I just have to go through all the playlists because it takes a lot of time to design these cars with all the Maxwells in them. But it's like, I think it's some playlist 2001 to 2017, like a playlist video, and I just generally use it because it lasts, I think, just over 2 hours. And it's, as I say, it's pretty solid. Okay, let's see how this thing sounds. Yeah, it lags because it lags like that because I clicked on another window to sort the music out. Oh, we can go with a different header. Well, we only have 2 of them. I don't know. No, we have 80s classic. I can see that one working. What I could do, actually, there's like a hex code, so I wonder... Yeah, there's a hex code on the randomly generated colours. So we've got purple and blue. I think what I'll do, I'll use the blue for the trim, but I'm thinking actually, excellent. Core 2 Duo coloured engine, actually. Even more perfect. It is literally the engine, I would say the engine embodiment of a Core 2 Duo. That does a massive disservice to the Core 2 Duo. I mean, the Gran Turismo music as well, that's like, that's not as, how to say, that's a lot more relaxed, but that is 3 hours as well. So there's just a lot of stuff there. And again, I have to find stuff without touching Nintendo IP, because Nintendo is not someone I want to mess with. There's also Simpsons Hit and Run soundtrack I use, which is when I want to do some comically evil design. So when I want to do some comically evil design, like that's some fun, goofy music, like putting Maxwell's everywhere. Yeah, look at that pickup bed. In order to try and like compensate a little, I'm going to make it longer. Oh, I can give it a massive chin on the back. If I made that chrome, that would be fun. Can probably move that forward a little as well. I mean, there's actually no engine in the front, so... Could probably have a decent amount of space in the front. Sportiness. Yes, sportiness even with the leaf springs on the front. I can turn it into a cheese wedge. I don't actually hate that. It looks so weird, but... I played a lot of Gran Turismo 4 back in the day. And I played 5 and 6 a fair bit. I do remember beating a load of kids in a chrome pink Tornado because they said... because they were going on about me not using a road car online. That was funny. This is a performance monster. I actually kind of want to put a Ferrari design feature on this just to make it even funnier. I'll make it, honestly, I'll make it as long as I can. But there's actually limits to how long it'll let me drag this out. Weirdly, it doesn't look that bad as I expected it to. Now I've done some design stuffs. I do like the wedge thing though at the front. It's just so... It doesn't make any sense for a pickup truck, which is why it should be so perfect. No, I was thinking, had it given me a red? No, it hasn't. It's given me purple. So, I've not got a Ferrari colour here, but still, I think the bluish colour can look pretty good. I've not resized the wheels. I could do that. Oh, actually. GTR wheels, yes. Nissan GTR wheels. That's the stuff. They'll look incredible when I make them bigger. I don't want to do some of the design because I think I've built the engine to enough of a stage for now that it's a functional unit. And there is Maxwell's, so we have to use the bed. We have to put that to good use. The only way I know how to use a pickup bed. Okay, roof. There we go. The super truck. I mean, there's no engine in there, so like I can squash that front down and it doesn't make a difference. Wait, headlights. We need something that looks like pop-up headlights, I feel. I mean, you can't actually get pop-ups, but you could get a sunroof. This should make sense. If I make these transparent, I theoretically should be able to put lights behind them or something. I don't know. This is... Okay, that's just weird. Maybe I should just not pop-up headlights, but I think what I could do is... Wait, is Gurgle a car company? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something obvious. I feel like I should know this, but still. I think... Oh, these are sealed beams. Yes. Cheese wedge. That doesn't quite look right. Maybe... I don't think it was made to fit these kinds of headlights. I can try though. Ooh, what about these Land Cruiser headlights? Yes, they work. These ones work, that's good. I'm not sure I want the indicators there, but I don't know if I have a choice while using these. Land Cruiser lights. It's almost perfect, it's just I don't quite like having the indicators. So the orange can be changed as well. This isn't normal. I mean, this is the weirdest vehicle ever. The lights are a little more normal, but I feel tempted to make it look red. Wait, I've had an idea. I've had a really good idea, I think. Which probably means it's cursed. But anyway. There is, somewhere there is, like, cutouts or something. Which I think I can use for this. Well, patches. It says cutout, but you can probably use them as racing stripes. This is so you can make things like invisible for bodywork and stuff. But as I say, I can probably use them as racing stripes and have that work. Could try and make that on a later layer. I don't think this is going to work perfectly. I think it's just in its nature to not work perfectly, but I'm not going to use the blue for these. I'll probably just make them black or something, because sportiness. Okay, they look quite good, I think. I feel like I'm just going to make this look like some kind of ricer truck. I don't know, the worst part is this doesn't actually look bad. I feel like this should look a lot worse than it actually does. This thing should look really cursed, but somehow it doesn't. It doesn't line up perfectly. I think it lines up well enough. Now, we do have to have our Maxwell bed in the back. It is a necessary feature for any pickup truck. And it'll also cover up the engine. There we go. I think the bench is too high. Yes. I mean, I can change some things with a body. I don't think that's going to get in the way, though, with that, like, metal piece. Because there's a million worse things that could have happened with this. Like, the engine, if it goes any much lower, it'll just hit the engine anyway. Can probably change the size of that. So we can copy that, and I think it's a Z-axis. No, it isn't the Z-axis. I'm sure it was a Z-axis before to change. There we go. Oh. I didn't, Okay, this is where we're going to use the blue. I'm just going to steal the RGB from here because it's convenient. And then I'm going to make a cloth, I think. We'll configure that. Control V. Yes. I'm just going to call this blue cloth. This is a very Core 2 Duo colour. I could put white stripes on it. I don't think it's going to work, but white stripes would make it a lot more Core 2 Duo. I guess we could add chrome. Chrome would be kind of a Core 2 Duo thing. Of the 2008 Core 2 Duos. Yes. A nice bed for Maxwell. This is what I'm sure this is why pickup trucks were invented. Nothing could possibly be wrong with my judgment here. Maybe if I make this, maybe I'll shrink this down. And then I can mirror it, so that will take care of some other problems. Mirror that. That actually doesn't look too bad, I don't think. I mean, it's not perfect, but it is cat bed. Oh dear. I moved that one, I didn't mean to. Slide that out. There we go. Now it's a cat bed. Hey, the Jetta. Similar thing happened here, but it was a later Jetta. I think it was the early 2000s model. Late 90s, early 2000s. They called that the Borer. And that was also just called the Jetta in America, but for some reason they decided to call it a different name here. I don't know. Branding is weird. 16-inch wheels, a luxury. I mean, as I say, this should have been a lot worse looking than it actually is. But because it's radials, I can put like 18-inch wheels here and still have wide tyres. This looks like a bad tuner car now. I think 17 inches look a lot better actually. 17 inches look decent. Can't go much bigger than that and have it work visually. Yeah, that's true. Fox does sound cuter. I mean, Borer sounds like kind of boring. Like the car is intentionally trying to be boring though. Why would I don't know why they would change that name, honestly. Still, can we make rear tyres wider? 285s aren't bad for a fairly small vehicle, but yes, we need all of the width. This is a supercar truck, which has leaf springs on the front, of course, for a supercar. Now, how many Maxwells can I fit in a truck? Wait, you know what? I don't know. I was thinking of making it like a Ferrari of some kind. Why not just have the quad tail lamps? I could do the same thing having the exhaust going through the tail lamps, but half of them would be fake. Maybe that would make it funny, I don't know. It looks surprised. Wait, there is the Maxwell ears I can put as well on the tail lights. If I make these low enough and play my cards correctly. So this can be made transparent. There we go. And then there is like something there. I think that'll work. Still got no idea what to name this. I kind of want to give it eyebrows now. The engine is in the middle, so it wouldn't actually be that off to have a vent here. The Terror. I'll have to look up the Terror, because I don't know what it is. Ah, so it's like a crossover thing. For some reason my head was like... My head kind of knew it was a crossover, but like... I don't know, I think I just don't know that many modern cars, honestly. So, yeah, renamed it to Tango. I mean, I'm sure there's other ones. Like, I can't think of them right now, but I'm sure there are some quite strange rebrands that have existed. So, will this squirrel do? Probably not. I think I need something fairly squared off. That might work. As I say, if I play my cards correctly, this will look incredible. If I play them wrong, it's going to look downright awful. Ooh, is that... Yes! Don't know exactly what these grills are off. But sportiness, and you can get fog lights as well. Not sure if they work. It actually looks kind of happy. For Polo Vivo. I didn't know Polo Vivo was a Chinese phone brand, but I can totally see it. It does sound like one of those things. Some of the Amazon like Chinese names are kind of funny though. Like Amazon, eBay, AliExpress, that stuff. Some of those names are pretty funny. Don't think I can have the fog light one. I don't think that's going to fit. I've built a very happy car. If I gave it the badge on there, it will actually look like a nose. And it'll have a perfect face. Well, something's happened there. Okay, I think I can get this working. Then can bring that forwards. Okay, that almost works. Yes. I kind of like this. It even hides the front leaf springs quite well. Ah, Vivo. I think I've heard of that. Ah, yeah, so... Ah, Polo and Polo Vivo. I mean, I should be able to put these things together, but my mind doesn't know so many of the newer cars, so to me it could actually be a there could be a Volkswagen Poli, and I wouldn't know. If I make them a little taller. There we go. Those mirrors don't look correct at all though. I don't know if those mirrors suit it, but I think they look okay. It also has indicators on the mirrors. I think I want some black wheels. Yes. Sportiness. Yeah, Chevy Volga. I would believe it. Although I'm pretty sure I've heard Volga's a manufacturer, so I don't know. But I would probably believe it, honestly. Because I don't know of this stuff. So, exhausts. This is all an illusion because it actually only has one exhaust, but we don't tell the customers that. I think that's what this car is. It's like some weird car made from random off-the-shelf parts. And we never tell anyone, but it's actually just... we just tell them it's a supercar. Okay, so... I think on glossy plastic. Oh, the exhausts aren't mirrored. Not that it'll matter because they don't do anything on one side, but yeah. Let's see which side is a real exhaust. I can't really tell. Maybe they'll remove the body. Oh, okay. The exhaust is in Maxwell's bed. He named to Siberia to avoid Russian cop. Well, that's one way to do it. That's one way to avoid the copyright claims. I wonder if the aero, since I changed the body shape, I wonder if the aero is still just as bad. Oh! We don't make any front-end lift or downforce. It's just neutral. I'm not sure if that's a particularly good or bad thing. It's 1,200-ish kilos. This is the one thing this has. It's quite light, so maybe it'll get away from the bad handling it could have had just because it's fairly light. That exhaust, though, that exhaust is impeding with Maxwell's space, and I don't like it. But I don't think I can move the bed up because there's so little space. Oh, actually, I've had an idea though. Another potentially cursed idea. So, I'm going to need the 3D options. There we go. Wasn't the Neva a larder? I don't know, unless Chevrolet made it for them. I feel pretty sure that was a larder. That's crazy. I do get some really weirdly specific things, but I don't get like most of the, most things other people know. It's like I'd know. Thing is, I could know half the Stereophonics songs by the lyrics, or like what they're called, but I feel I can't name so many of the vehicles out there. I don't see a Chevrolet there. Maybe I'm not looking closely enough. Alright, Chevrolet. Oh yeah, 2003 to 20, so an updated model was... Yeah, so an updated model was made by Chevrolet. That makes sense. Like, this is my issue. I get obsessed with, like, adding Maxwell stuff to every car. There's no need to build Maxwell a tent in the back of the car. It is probably the most fun part, though. I'll say that much. I would say what will this do to the centre of gravity, but honestly I don't think it makes a difference. Which is even more motivation to just do ridiculous things. The pillars aren't straight, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, the one I saw, the neither I don't know if they like completely overhauled it, but it does look like a different car to me from what I've seen. Like they did have I don't know, something happened with the Russian cars and they completely changed the Pope mobile. You know what? I could call it is for Maxwell, but I call it Maxwell's Pope carriage. I feel like there's gonna be this whole Maxwell verse here. Like Maxwell is our princess because we've got the princess car. Maxwell is our Pope. Maxwell is our king, and Maxwell is also So Maxwell's the Pope, the king, the princess. Everything must be Maxwell. Yeah, I need to add like a groove. But what's actually one of the Lego pieces I could use? I mean, I don't quite like how this is falling together though. I feel like I could do better. Maxwell, oh yeah, Maxwell has no religion, yet he is simultaneously all religions. This is now canon because I said so. Maybe I'll do that. A little lower there. And then this can be the black colour. Maybe if I make these pillars also the black colour. There's so much I need to do. I feel like the game is bugging out on me again because I'm doing so much with it. Yeah, it won't load that stuff in. How fast is it? Oh, I've not checked that. With its current power level, how quick will the thing actually go? 165? It says that, but... Okay. As it shows, it'll do over 160 miles per hour. Maxwell is going to be going very fast. Yeah, this engine is like... It is the Core 2 Duo colours, so hey, at least the wheel has done that for me. It's like when the wheel gives me a gift, but the gift is something I just didn't want. It's like the wheel's equivalent to thanks, I hate it. $193.3. Okay. I think this thing can make 200, but it isn't going to enjoy it. Can we get to 6,700 peak RPM? No. I kind of want to change the I kind of want to change engine proportions just to get a rev limit of 6,700. But I can't. Oh dear. I can't change engine dimensions because it's already as long as it can possibly go and fit in the car. Oh, I would have loved that 6,700 RPM limit. Let's see. Just see this. Look, wheel, you could have given me balance shafts and got a 6,700 RPM limit. You have failed me there. Okay, springs and lifters. Oh, that's revved it down quite nicely. It's taken a bit of power, but it has lowered the RPM quite a bit, the peak RPM quite a bit, which has its uses. Okay, 191. It's actually, this is apparently doing 22 miles per gallon. At least, if nothing else, at least this engine is efficient. So, 10.7. Uh, 15. Okay, 6,000. The thing is, this engine is generally actually pretty solid, but it has issues. $181.9. I feel like I'm actually losing power though, because I don't have any idea how to tune this. The issue is this, though. Like, if I had any kind of boost or anything, it's going to hit the reliability because it just cannot handle torque. Okay, I've pushed the turbo boost up a little, but that really pushes the limits of what torque it can handle. Hey, a Skoda. I don't know. I'm guessing what they sold in the 50s would be like the one in my summer car. I'm guessing it was something like that. Skoda completely changed, I think, since Volkswagen bought them out. I think they did have one car and people were saying it was like a budget Porsche, but nowhere near as reliable. So that was something. This engine, it's like threatening to explode if I do anything to make any kind of power. I mean, it's like, at least this is better than the... I think it did about 6 miles per gallon on the Mystery Party Wagon and it made about the same power. So at least this engine, although it might not be ideal, at least the thing is making decent power and making actual fuel economy to go with that. Yeah, I think I saw some of the older Skodas. Not many, but I think they did look pretty good. I think the Skoda Superb was like originally in the 30s or something, and then they bought it, the Volkswagen Group bought it back when they bought out Skoda. But then I'm not sure it was anything like the same car. I know in the 2000s though, you were basically getting an Audi A6 with a Skoda Superb, but probably cheaper than an Audi. I think they might all be based on the Audi A6 actually. $809. Does a larger supercharger... Wait, why does a larger supercharger reduce the torque? Having a larger supercharger makes less torque out of this engine. That doesn't make any kind of sense. I want to get 200 horsepower. Is that too much to ask? Apparently the thing wants a tiny supercharger. Okay, so how about the supercharger tune? I feel like this has got a twin charge setup, but it's not really using it at all, because if it did use it, then it would be just exploding from over torque. $75, okay. I mean, I don't want to raise the timing too much as it doesn't like that, but what else can I do? Apparently I've taken quite a hit on miles per gallon from one of the things I did. Not sure what that was. What? Oh, now we've got miles per gallon back. Very odd. We lost like 3 miles per gallon and then suddenly got it back. It's bizarre just how efficient this car is, though, as far as a randomised build goes. Now, okay, smaller header is making more power, and I think more torque, so I'm going to have to balance this. Oh, lowered the RPM. Whatever I do to this engine makes it want to explode. So, exhaust size. Does a larger exhaust... If a larger exhaust doesn't hit the power, it is reducing torque. The header size. Have a look at that Skoda 110R. Ah, yeah, I can see that. It's quite interesting with the quad headlights. Wait, rally. Got the road one up. Ah, yeah. One of them has a... No, a few of them have a lot of lights on. But then I guess that's a rally car thing. It is very interesting with the lights to the inside. I've not done that exact feature, but I have done some cars fairly similar with the rear engine layout. I feel like this. Oh, manifold size. Okay, that's good. I can raise that up and not lose too much power. While losing torque. This is like an entirely ridiculous build, though, because the conrods hold the car back. Like, this could probably make 300 or so horsepower with a good build. $204.4. I'll keep that on 35, honestly. It raises the RPM if I lower it more and get more power from it. $204.4 horsepower. Okay. That's decent. It's not perfect, but... That's fine. Just under 205 horse. It's not the most hopeless. I mean, it makes more than the toasty wheels. And that was restricted by a terrible carburetor. Okay, so 204.6. Okay, that's something. The Yugo, I think the Yugo is just a Fiat, honestly. For the most part. So, I do feel like people saying they're awful. It's basically just a Fiat. Maybe they weren't built as well, but I don't think the whole design was as awful as people make out for it to be. Because as I say, it probably shares a lot with the Fiats of the time period. Now I have a functional engine. I can see how it sounds, like in its final functional state. Okay, where's the music button? There it is. So the ended production in 2008. Well, it outlived the Mini. The Mini ended production in 2001. So that's the thing. If it was decent enough to survive longer than the Mini, can't have been that bad. Because everyone goes on about how brilliant the Mini was. So, 166.3. I think I have seen, I think somewhere they did race Yugos. I mean, I don't know a whole lot because I've not looked up the whole thing, but I'm sure there was a place where they do race them. I doubt this is going to be as quick as the game states it's going to be. If this does 4.1 seconds 0 to 60, I think CVT, it says they're a lot better than they are for acceleration. At least the one advantage this car has, it's not too much power that's just going to be uncontrollable with a CVT. To be fair, honestly, this car is probably mechanically worse than a Yugo. Because, well, the Yugo will make less power, but I mean, in general mechanics, this probably is no better than a Yugo. Probably worse. Ah, the joys of randomization. Now, how does this thing slow? 34.2 actually slows really well. Try tuning the suspension for... I could try tuning for drivability. How has this got any level of ride comfort with leaf springs on the front? Okay, 9.2. Yeah, I mean, honestly though, Americans, if you look at the American cars of the time, the American cars were probably like big boats with V8s and stuff, and then there's a Yugo, and I guess it just doesn't appeal to them at all. Like, which makes sense. It's an entirely different market. If it was designed to be a cheap, affordable car, but then Americans have all that stuff on the used market, it would probably appear quite bad compared to what was available. But when you've got that kind of stiff competition, because I mean, even in the 70s, like, they were still making V8s and everything, and plush seats and all that. So drivability actually gets a lot better with the softer dampers. Yeah, it says the front dampers are hard. I can fix that, I think. Yeah, it really does not like the stiff front dampers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the European roads, from what I've encountered, though, the French do know what they're doing with suspension. I mean, some things have changed, because I don't think anything now is that great ride quality. I do know older cars, they typically focused, I think, a lot more on ride quality. And then you have the American roads, which are like basically just a straight line for miles. I can imagine how strained a little engine would actually be on that, where there's less corners. So 8.2. I can try like softening up the rear anti-roll bars. I don't know how exactly this thing will handle. I don't think it's got the highest centre of gravity for a pickup truck. I do have some more to do with this actual Maxwell tent type thing. Okay, 19.1 miles per gallon. It's efficient, if nothing else. I would be curious to see how this does off-road, because I mean, it should be decent. Like, if anywhere this is going to be good, I think it'll be off-roading. 6.4 for comfort. Yeah, it gave it very stiff dampers from the default settings. Okay, I'll try that, I think. $3,000. No. I mean, the front leaf springs, the only advantage I think they have is they're naturally stiff, so at stopping something rolling around the corner, they're a little better there. Like, that's the only advantage I could think, though, to putting them on the front. Yeah, I mean, I have seen that on a lot of the roads here. They're often pretty small, so I can imagine a large American car would be a pain on them, honestly. I mean, I think even my car, though, is pretty small by American standards, even though it's quite large by European standards. So, and there's clear reasons for that. So, I think this car is less bad than it could have been. I don't hate it though. Like, this car could have been a million times worse than it is. Okay, so we've got to add the grille on the back. Because actually, there is a grille on the front, okay. I mean, it goes nowhere other than perhaps brake cooling. That's like the only way I could think it would go anywhere. Projector lights. Ooh, these look like the stuff. They don't actually appear to show up on the grille. How about these ones? I mean, they show up just about well enough that they don't look ridiculous. Because I want some kind of fog lights, but when they don't show up, that's kind of irritating. Maybe if I go in 3D, like maybe that's the best option. Okay, they don't look as bad as they could. So we can raise that up. I think I've almost got this correct. There we go. And then I do have one more thing to do to Maxwell's tent, and that is... I know, I was saying I was going to use that like Lego piece, because I can make that work. Well, let's put the Maxwell in. Might as well. South African roads. Two 2+1 lanes and a 2x2 lanes. Yeah, I mean, there's some roads here that are like, I think 2+1, although there's not as many of them in this country, in the UK. I think they call them dual carriageways here. There's also a lot of roads in the country that's just like tiny roads, which, you know, you can barely fit 2 cars in them. Well, there's not that much space for a Maxwell here, but there is space. There we go. I'm beginning to think if I lowered those lights... Oh, I've had a dumb idea. I've had a very dumb idea. This has a lot more exhausts, and therefore this is a better performance car. It almost has as many exhausts as a Toasty Wheels. Yeah, I mean, I like some of the American cars, but I'd say they don't work everywhere. I imagine if you're in America, they make a lot more sense. Okay, so what have we got in terms of like firewall and stuff? I can take the rear firewall right back. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do with that firewall to gain space. But I can move it back a little. Yeah. No, there's not 6 exhausts. There's what? There's 10. There's 10 exhausts. Wait, it's feeding it to, like, all the pipes. Actually, I think I fixed it, though. I think adding those exhausts, I've fixed the whole Maxwell situation. There's now no longer exhaust in his bed. So yeah, it's like it's feeding one exhaust pipe into 5 different slots. But that has actually saved it. And it doesn't stick out or anything. Like, I feel half the weight of this back of this car is probably going to be exhaust. I feel like that's the kind of, that exhaust is a kind of new fear unlocked. But we know it's sporty because of all those exhausts. So if you have any doubt about this being a fast car, you just look at how many exhausts it's got. Right, I was going to say, just all this stuff. Front firewall, can we move that? No, we can't. I did suspect that, looking at how close it was to the front wheels. Chassis tunnel, can we make that smaller? Now, some bodies, it seems, let you do it, other bodies do not. Let you change it, and maybe it's also the chassis type and stuff as well affects that. There is, there's wide height, window transparency, that can change. And I think we're done there for now. Okay, so the, I keep saying the Lego piece, like, there's a reason I have planned for this. I can put a wall cage in. But it's not got a race interior canonically, so... You know what? Let's have a solar panel. Why not? Maxwell's car needs everything adding to it. We need to give him all the luxuries. Anyway, yeah, my exhaust did fix the issue I was having, so I'm happy with that. I feel like I could give the give a light bulb under there or something. Actually, I could probably put a headlight there so Maxwell can see when it's dark. Yes. I mean, I keep getting sidetracked from what I was originally going to add, though. So... there's got to be, like... there it is. I have a reasoning for going here. So if I can find it, there it is. Like, this piece is perfect for what I've got planned. Doo-doo-doo. I could actually have the purple here. That wouldn't look too far off, actually. So if we can mirror this... I've almost got this at the right size, actually. There we go. Can I, I feel like if I do that... I'm sure this was why Lego was in the game. This could be the only explanation for why it was supposed to be used. I think that colour's fine, like I don't think I even have to change it. Then we can pivot that around. That's not the worst fitment I've ever done. I mean, hey, I built a I built an entire kitchen last time in the camper van thing, so I've done weirder vehicles than this. Maybe if I make those a little smaller, I don't think it'll be too noticeable if the actual distances. If the actual yeah, if the actual distance between the things are actually slightly different. Okay, so I'm almost there with this. It's not perfect, but I think that works well enough. And he is going to need a headlight, because Maxwell must have good lighting. We could give him a luxury headlight. Okay, so that should be on 3D. This is why we need the solar panels and the, well, presumably what's batteries under there. That can, I don't know, glossy black plastic, I guess, because it makes more sense for light than having metal. There we go. Maxwell should have an enjoyable journey. Yeah, I mean, I think this car is larger. Like, this looks tiny, but I'm sure the wheelbase... Yeah, the wheelbase is 2.6 meters. So it falls into kind of mid-size category if it is a little smaller. I mean, I'm not given a whole lot of choice, though, with the prompts it's given me, so... I need to somehow make it work. I think I want some, like, sporty seats. I think, did it say it's got a standard interior? Well, no, I think it's actually got a premium interior. So I can try and, like, lean into that. It's got a premium interior with a basic CD player, apparently. So we've got those. I mean, I feel like there's probably some really nice buckets here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. I've used these before. Full sport seats. It's like my summer car if it was a cool vehicle. Nah, the Satsuma is probably better than this, honestly. But this is fun. There's actually a bit more space in this cabin than I expected. I mean, like, it's not full of space, but given what it is, certainly isn't bad. And those are, like, sticking into the bed, not the actual interior. I think they're about as far back as I can realistically get them. Still, there's an entirely decent amount of space in here. And I've moved the rear of the cabin back forward, I think, so it gets more space in the bed. So that's not bad. I mean, if I could straighten out the actual pickup truck thing... No, it won't let me. But if I was going to say, if I could do that, it would be a little better. Ooh, I can lower that, yes! Sportiness! I mean, hey, the seats still fit in just fine, so... I say sportiness, it's on front leaf springs. I must remind myself. And and the door handles. Go with something, I don't know, kind of 90s, I guess. They'll do the job. Can make these plastic. Because black everything is sporty. I don't know where the idea came from that. Maybe it's because paint has weight to it or something. But I don't know where the idea exactly came from, where having black plastics everywhere is somehow the sporty option. Most of the time now I think it's actually painted, so, you know, you're not actually getting any weight saving from it whatsoever. I think I could add some lower trim. Yeah, I mean, I think for a secondary colour, that blue is spread quite a lot. Although, I could actually use that blue hex code on the seats inside the car. Because it blends together, actually. The purple exterior and the blue interior works a little better than I expected it to. Ooh, dashboard. Well, it does have like a premium dashboard. I mean, it does say it has a premium interior. Let's use a Lincoln dashboard from an American car. I mean, it won't work on this car kind of as well as other dashboards, but luxury and stuff. Actually, that could look a lot worse than it does. I think I use this in the, like, camper van type thing as well. Same dashboard. I kind of want a sunroof. How did I grab them? I don't... So I think if I make these smaller... Maybe I should make the mirrors black. To go with this overall, like, as sporty as possible aesthetic. Kind of, honestly, the Lincoln, speaking of that, they did sell, Ford did sell Jaguars in the 2000s, and I think they had, one of them had the exact same platform, the S-Type it was, had the exact same platform as it was either a Mercury or a Lincoln had the exact same platform as the Jaguar S-Type in Europe. I mean, I think technically Ford owns the rights to Rover as well, or they did at least, maybe not anymore. So they were selling that as like a Jaguar. It wasn't sold as a Lincoln, but it basically was. There was actually the I can't remember the name they had in America, but they sold the Vauxhall Omega or whatever it was called as an Opel, and they sold that. I think Kiltira, was it? I don't know. It was something Cadillac something they sold it as. Cadillac fans didn't really like it, but it was sold. They did sell the Opel or Vauxhall as a Cadillac on the GM side. I need like a very squared off grille. Okay, which ones are there? Maybe if I get something that's rounded on the edges. The sausage grille, that might work. could actually... I've had a weird idea. BMW grill on the back kind of thing. I think it's actually been done before. Can't remember what car it was, but I think something did this before. Where you have like the two grills meet in the middle. Probably some American car, but on the front, not on the back. That's interesting. So they rent them out, but don't actually sell them there. I don't know. Was it in Cuba? I think they have like Peugeot 206 rental cars, but no one actually buys them or something in that country. I'd imagine it's a similar idea to that. Also, the Peugeot 206 I think are kind of expensive there because of import stuff going on. But yeah, I think some of the rental companies in Cuba actually they rent out Peugeot 206s. Which, a car which I can also say I believe was made in the UK. A bit odd for an odd car to make in the UK, but yeah, the 206 was made in the UK at one point in the 2000s. And maybe 90s. That can actually go up there. I can't have my grills impeded visually. I can't be so sure I like this design, but a design was made. An attempt at designing it was made. I mean, maybe if I had another sub-grill down here. That actually kind of follows a colour scheme as well to an extent. Honestly, I think the 50s American cars, didn't they put Mitsubishi engines in a lot of them or something? And I think the ones they dress up are literally taxis, so most of them are probably beaten up and abused, but the ones they keep as taxis are the ones they have to keep all looking tidy and everything. I think there's something like that. I mean, after so many years, I guess nothing's going to look perfect. Unless you put loads of money and time into maintaining that look. The wheel badge needs to be added. I mean, the crazy thing is, I feel the wheel car company, as I call it, I feel like some of their cars would be proud, crowning achievements of engineering, and some of them would just be like, do not buy this car. Whatever you do, there's better options out there. And like, there's no in-between. It's either terrible or it's brilliant. Okay, I mean, some of them are average. Like, the Maxwell Mobile had leaf springs on the front, but it did actually corner pretty well. It's just, I can't ever imagine that thing being comfortable with the setup. But it did corner well. I kind of feel like these rally tyres are overpowered for braking though. The wheel badge can be moved to the back now. the only way I like doing it, which is just dragging it along. Could probably put it down here. Like, that's probably a decent enough position. It doesn't look the best, but it's a gap where I can put a badge. Oh no, the other V letter has got buried under Maxwell's bed. I think I've got it down. There we go, yeah. It's kind of jumping a little, but I've got that. So is that, yeah, it's on the correct side, I believe. As I say, it's not like the absolute best location, but it's a gap where I could put a badge. There we go. This actually does kind of look decent. I feel like I should do something weird with like sunroofs on the roof here. Wouldn't look very sporty though. This is probably one of the more sane cars I have built though in recent times. I could put a Maxwell under the bonnet, but there just isn't a lot of space there, and it just doesn't have the look for a window up there like some cars do. I imagine this thing could go very quick though, because they are rally tyres, but they are race compound, so it should grip. Not sure about the traction. The car tends to oversteer, so I can make smaller front tyres. So newer ones are sold. I mean, I thought like the government didn't like people importing things, so it was like madly expensive or something. I don't know, maybe I'm working on outdated information. So, okay. It likes a smaller front tyres, and I can't complain too much as that will save weight. And we don't need as much weight on the front because of how the downforce is, or lack thereof, on the rear. So having a bit more weight on the back isn't necessarily a dreadful thing. Wait, the tyres, it's still under 1,200 kilos. Okay, so 215. It does actually fit some pretty wide tyres. 75.6. Drivability, I think, is higher with the slightly smaller tyres, so I'll go with that, even if there's slightly less turning. I feel the doors feel a little plain. Actually, maybe if I go below the doors and I add some black trim to complement the stripes. I was actually saying with the before, but I didn't actually do anything with it, was the seats, the bucket seats, they can be made blue. The embargo. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like, not necessarily hating the cars, but the just restrictions on importing anything. And the cars, like, got more expensive along with that. Just as part of the whole situation going on. Okay, leather, and I think I've got the value copied. Yes, I do. Yeah, I could just make all of this the blue colour. Pretty much. Or maybe not the backs. I can actually make them carbon fibre. because I think that's a time and a place where it could be used. We need to save weight here. Carbon seats, backs. Carbon fibre also looks expensive. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Keeping in theme with that blue colour by adding it to the interior. So, for his radios, I mean, I could throw a CD player somewhere. I could have a scoop on the bonnet, but I don't know how I would colour that to match. Do need to use the bathroom in a moment, so I will put a... I would do the easy, take the easy way out and put some text there. Oh, I've got some new text, haven't I? I have returned. I'm going to try reusing this. Maxwell. Oh, actually, this doesn't look too bad. Like, it blends quite nicely onto there. Yeah, I mean, restricted import cars, but I have been working. Wait. I need to duplicate that. But I have been working. It's a Pope Maxwell carriage. This is Yeah. I always have to hide Maxwell text here. I want to add some trim though. So number plate. Ooh, there's a USSR plate. Apparently. You know what? I feel like this could actually pass as some weird Russian sports car. Where they weren't really allowed sports cars. I don't know. Actually, I've had an idea. It can be from 2 different countries. This is Russian at the back. At the back it is a Russian car. It can be Japanese on the front, why not? Now I think I need to go 3D on this. There we go. So this car is simultaneously Japanese and Russian. Can probably like use that. There we go. Yeah, Russian modified car, but it's also Japanese. It's Japanese here and Russian. I mean, I don't know, those Mitsuokas at Japan, they make like weird wee-bodied cars, I think, from normal Japanese companies, but they take them and they put different bodies on. So it's probably a combination of a Mitsuoka and some communist car, which has had a lot of modifications going on. The law. Oh, actually, you know what? Exhausts. Having, 5 exhausts just isn't enough these days. We need more exhausts. There we go. I have to see how, like, automation has connected these exhausts, because it should look absolutely ridiculous. We'll go mirror that. There we go. Has it? I don't think it's connected those side ones. Oh well, they look like exhausts, that's the important thing. Just could put an exhaust on the bonnet. I don't think that would work really though. But it does look like a strange modified car, and I can go with that. I think the playlist is finished. I'll probably put the Hit and Run OST on. There was in BeamNG, it's not so much a Russian car, but in BeamNG there was this mod. It was the Ibishu, well, 2. There was Ibishu Covet cardboard and Ibishu Pessima cardboard, and they were both cars where they had like put cardboard bodywork on it, like a massive cardboard body kit and wing. Pretty interesting idea. There should be a playlist here. Yeah, there we go. So, it is time for my comically evil music. From my perspective, this beats the Nintendo music everyone loves to use. Mainly because I'm old. This is the music of my day. Can rotate that a little, I think. I wonder if I could, like, change the colour of something. Oh, there's something I have to do now, and it's going to take extra time. That's probably not the best trim, honestly, to use. But there is something I have to do. Fender, there we go. It's all like somewhere in here. Yeah. The thing is about Nintendo music, though, it's like, it's Nintendo, and I know how they can sometimes be with copyright and all that, so I just don't mess with their IP. Because they can sometimes, like, enforce it with an iron fist, it seems. This is like, how many Fender flares would you like? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's even a Japanese copyright law, so, I mean, it's just, if you look at Nintendo these days, I mean, they weren't as bad in the past, but it's like now they seem to be a little worse with how they enforce all this stuff. Because they're also like, if you play our games, you owe us 40% of your revenue or something. So like, if I ever monetize this channel, that is not what I want. I don't want it to think I'm playing a Nintendo game and take all my money. Just because it's Nintendo. Oh wait, I had another colour, didn't I? I'm using that. I actually had a metallic colour. Can try moving this a little smaller. There we go. I feel like that rear bumper should be black. I don't know. Oh, actually, I've had an idea. Yes! I could have made it carbon fibre. I don't know. I quite like the metal, though. I think I do remember somewhat about Wartburg. Didn't they make like air-cooled engines, air-cooled Flat 4s or something like that? I didn't know they sold them in America though. But I believe I'd heard of that company at some point. Ah, yeah, so it seems there's a lot that's sold poorly. Wasn't there like the what was it? A car made by John DeLorean before he actually made the DeLorean, and it was... I think that also sold very poorly. Like, they only sold 2 of them or something like that. I feel like I could play the Simpsons Hit 'em Run again on the channel, actually. Played it like years ago, I think. Actually, I did a stream. That was before I really did streaming as a thing, but as I say, years ago, it was probably one of the few streams I actually had in the old days. I believe I actually streamed on Christmas Day at some point. Random lore. I don't hate this. For something with leaf springs all around, this could look a whole lot more awful than it does. I mean, I always found it interesting how like Volkswagen actually managed to sell in America. Because you look at the other companies, they never really had success, but somehow Volkswagen did have. It seemed a little odd to me. I think there was probably 1 or 2 companies in America that succeeded and the others didn't. I can't help but think this car looks like it would be the My Summer Car Satsuma, but on a different timeline. I don't know. Like My Summer Car, but it's based in Russia or something. I mean, the fender flares are too wide for this, but at the same time, it has that kind of, like, kit car look, and I don't hate it for that. A kit car look kind of actually suits this. Still have the Maxwell text there. It's actually still fits okay. Maybe if I move it back a little. No, I'll probably just make that a little smaller, and it will fit just fine, I think. Yeah, I mean, the Japanese cars here, I think what happened in 1973 was very interesting, though, because part of what was actually doing in the American car industry was the American government, because that, from a historic perspective, it's extremely interesting, because they were making all these new safety laws as well, and the domestic companies, they just weren't ready for it. So it was actually the American government was not helping their own companies at all. They were basically making laws that were good for the foreign countries' vehicles. So what was it called? I feel like it needs a name. Well, Maxwell's Pope Carriage, but I feel like we need to give it some kind of canonical name. I'm gonna call it like Max Motors Sport. I don't know. It's not the best name, but just something to give me badging on the back. Or actually, no, it's got a 5-valve per cylinder engine, so I might as well use that and call it. Is it 20 valve? 20 valve, twin charged. I mean, it doesn't make the power you would expect from a twin charged 20 valve engine, but might as well try and use that. It's max motors like for Maxwell. Just to give it like some badging back there. Probably could move that in a little. Actually, maybe I should just wipe twin charged out. Oh dear. I'm struggling to type. Maxwell well. See, it says Maxwell on the side, so it's like Maxwell Motors. I don't know. Really, I just want some badging though, so it doesn't look quite as plain, because I feel like any normal car would have some kind of badging on the back, especially if this is supposed to be some kind of sport vehicle, whether aftermarket or not. Actually, the engine is in the back. The party in the back, just loads of exhausts and intakes and stuff. So, what I'm thinking anyway, there's one of these vents. There we go. That's surprising. I wouldn't have imagined they sold well. Maybe, I don't know, perhaps Canada was just like generally more welcoming to foreign vehicles than America. It's actually kind of surprising because I wouldn't have imagined Lada would have like failed in America and then somehow done well in Canada. I don't know, do I want that to be the large event? Kind of. I mean, it looks wilder, that's for sure. Like, that's a muscle car bonnet then, and it's somehow kind of working on this. I mean, I could make it black. I don't know. It would definitely look more tacked on if it was black. But I kind of don't hate the look of it being like some cheap tacked on component. Maybe if I just use the tool here to like make that stretched out a little more. That kind of works actually. Somehow I didn't know. Surely Canada wasn't part of the UK until that late. I didn't hear that. Maybe 1884? I don't know. I know it was a book like 1984. I feel 1884 sounds about correct. I can't imagine them being part of the UK that late. Because pretty much none of the countries were in the British Empire that late, at least as far as I know. There's a radio? No, this needs a CD player. It's luxury. Well, it's kind of got a radio built in there. We'll just have to pretend that's a CD player. 80s gear shifter. Sure, it's a CVT, but we'll give it a gear shifter anyway. I keep thinking of this being like My Summer Carvo, but from a different timeline. I could honestly just call this the Satsuma Mark II. But then I think that would do the Satsuma a disservice. Because that car's kind of better than this mechanically. I think I did once make what was supposed to be like a modernised Satsuma from about the year 2000. That wasn't a wheel build though or anything. That was just something I felt like making. Oh, that's odd. The chassis on this. Oh yeah, you do get a carpet. I'm just being dumb. I mean, the carpet seems to go everywhere on this car, but still. Gonna need some door cards as well. I feel like the black dashboard isn't that far off. I'll probably go with black dash and door cards to the back. And then just keep those parts blue. Okay, so I need to find the pieces that go in the dash. I mean, there is like various floor pieces and stuff. I don't want to go too far into it though. Ooh, various door cards. You know what? That looks kind of out of place, but also kind of fitting. This just makes it look like a car that was somehow produced into the 2000s. There is not as much space width-wise as I thought there was in this car. Glossy plastic. I feel like matte plastic is more luxurious. If you can even call plastic luxurious. Ah, so they... Okay, that makes sense. Legislative autonomy in 1867, but they were fully independent in 1950. Okay, that makes sense. Because this is luxury, the car's going to have slightly more cloth and leather on the interior, but still a lot of plastic. I think it's like a premium interior, so, I mean, technically it would kind of have to have some leather and cloth. But I don't have to put it everywhere. I think I can get away with cutting a few corners. Can't seem to change that one piece there. Like, I can't see a option to change it. That's strange. Like one tiny piece. Oh, there it is. I just had to scroll. I'm just being dumb. There we go. I fixed it now. I do feel like I've built worse interiors, honestly, in this game. It fits together better than I would have assumed it would, with all these different parts. It's not the prettiest, but no less. I mean, there's no engine in the front, but I was thinking before... Oh, that cuts through. If I go on top of it, layer-wise... Okay, I can get that working. Now, my idea here is just make 3 of these. Can mirror these vents. I mean, these aren't feeding anything. They're just useless cosmetic vents. But I think as far as automation counts, maybe they go to engine cooling, so it's not actually as useless as it might seem to just stick loads of vents on the car. Because if that calculates it as actually cooling the engine, I don't know if it does, honestly. But under that being the case... Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the Canadian industry, but car industry, but I imagine they do make some odd things that you wouldn't expect. But it's like here making the Peugeot 206. I feel a lot of people just would never know that. Because it's just such a random thing that Peugeot would just decide to randomly make a small hatchback in the UK. Oh, no, that's it. That's perfect for this, I think. We can have, like, dual fuel filler caps, like some kind of race car. So we can mirror that, and there we go. Could probably make them a little larger. We need to fit that full race fuel. What do you call it in? Fuel pump? Fuel filler? Thingy me bobber? I feel like I'm missing an obvious word. So... mirrors, oh, we need a heating controller because luxury. Yeah, you just get a heating controller like tacked onto the car as an afterthought. That's how we know it's a luxury car. Yeah, like we can just throw that into the dash like so. What are the different ones? I think that one looks more basic, so yeah, we'll just put that one on and make claims it's luxury because of it. The Wheel Car Company is very kind. They actually give you a heater in the car. Not like it became standard fitment in the 90s or something. On pretty much anything. I mean, I could have built worse than this, I think. It's not the prettiest interior, but externally, I don't think it's going to be that noticeable if there's problems with it. I'll probably just put a piece of fabric type stuff behind the seats to like round it off. I could actually make that kind of a look, like what's it called? Matte plastic to kind of match the rest of it. Tie the design together, as there is a lot of blue on the interior, so I feel the design needs a level of balance. In the game, this is actually like, this is the music in Mr. Burns' secret tunnel. Which, just like somewhere you drive through and it leads to a power plant. I think it's like a reference to the show where they joined, where the Simpsons joined this cult. I think I've seen the Bricklin. Is that like, if I'm not incorrect, is that the one that looks like that? electric thing that looks like a wedge of cheese. If I'm not incorrect, I mean, I'll say that and then I'll find find I'm totally wrong. There was actually, I think, a little brick car in Simpsons Hit and Run as one of the bonus vehicles you could get. Had some interesting bonus vehicles. I had like a late 50s Cadillac as well as one of the bonus vehicles. As I say, Simpsons Hit and Run is such an interesting game. I feel like I should download it onto here and have a play of it on stream. The younglings must learn of my early 2000s insanity. That's a city car. I don't know, I feel like there's so many gaps in my knowledge. Believe it, I'm not trying to sound dumb, I honestly don't know this stuff. I have so much oddly specific knowledge that I like forget things that should be obvious to me. I mean, if I were to look for an excuse, I could just say I'm an artist and I'm doing art things with my time. Please subscribe to my art channel. Nobody subscribes there. I mean, I could try and promote my art channel here all the time, but it's one of those things, I mean, I've already said about it, so I don't want to just repeat myself over and over again. Just I like to keep things separate as I have the face cam on there, and not everyone will like that. I don't do face cam on this channel because, well, it's just partly just a tradition thing. I've never done it on here, and always done it on my art stuff. This is, I don't know. When all else fails, just put plastic everywhere. Wait, is this on... Yeah, this is on 3D. I was thinking it was on 2D for a moment. Sometimes I used to actually use these pieces where they're actually wings, but they kind of actually work for interiors in this respect, but can't really do that on a real build, as using aero pieces would give the car downforce, and the wheel has not specified I'm allowed to use downforce parts, so I must obey it. Oh yeah, was the SV one that I said before, the DeLorean? It does sound kind of familiar, but I don't know exactly. I feel like that's it, but I could be wrong. See if I can think of a random car. I mean, I know there's one that pertains to my Citroen C5. It's probably, I don't know, probably know of it already, but the Peugeot 407. I think they called it Tourer or Estate. They called it either Tourer or Estate, I reckon, and that pertains to my car in ways I could explain. It's very interesting, I think, how my Citroen came to be as a car. Very specific, like, market circumstance and everything led to its creation. Yeah, honestly, I should look it up. Had to put SV1 car in, and it was actually on the top search results. I bet a lot of people have made that mistake before me, given it was the first thing to come up. Ah, Bricklin, that was it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like but yeah, so there was the Peugeot 407, which I think my car basically has the basic body shell. My C5 has the basic body shell from the 407 with a naturally different trim and stuff. But it may have like the subframes and stuff or something like that of the Citroen C6. It's very bizarre because my C5 is like a combination of the Citroen C6 and the Peugeot 407. And also, it came out at a time, like that car came out in 2008 when the housing crisis hit. And all of the cars of like its class were getting more and more luxurious in Europe. And then the financial crisis hit, meaning that things like my car and the Ford Mondeo of 2007 were actually quite luxurious for the late 2000s, early 2010s, because the market kind of just wasn't ready for that crash. As I say, the cars were getting more and more luxurious and even expensive. And then that hit, and like no one wanted luxury cars anymore. The 407. I think, was that 404 or something? I mean, the 407 is fairly typical of just like a European saloon estate type vehicle. But then as I say, that like led to my car, and you can see it. Like, if you squint at my car, you will see kind of a front end of a Peugeot 407. So, I mean, I could just go on and on about how that car is so interesting and how it came to be. That's why I bought one. It's just such an interesting vehicle. Wouldn't buy the V6, though. The V6 is not the best for reliability. Oh, heart wheel. You know what? I kind of want this wheel. I wouldn't normally use it, but I was still selecting it. I kind of want the heart wheel just because it's so weird. And I think it would kind of suit this car. Actually, because of a dual Hoges, I might just give it like a green heart wheel. Just for a bit of a joke. I've probably already said also, but there are different avatars available. So if you go avatars and then there's some different ones. There's like mainly the Vocaloid pack on Stream Avatars. There's a few in there that are available. So I think there's also different colours. Like you can get a blue or purple Tetto. Just feel like I should mention that because I've not mentioned it in a while. But they are there. 507. I think, if I remember correctly, or was it 508? As I say, I think I know some weirdly specific things about the early 2000s, late 90s cars. I guess like that's my area of expertise. Oh, wait, 607. That was it. There was, yeah, 607. The Peugeot 607. That's another car. A very odd, like, French boat vehicle that no one ever seems to know actually exists. It was almost like Peugeot trying to build a Citroen, for lack of a better term. do find that a rather interesting vehicle. For sat-navs and stuff. You know what, actually, I've had an idea. Because this car was said to have a basic CD player, I'm thinking just, like, do what I have done with the rest of the car and, like, just tack one on somewhere. Because luxury, you just get a CD player that was added as an afterthought. Oh, you know what I should do? For maximum usability, the CD player is going to be right on the other side of the vehicle. I think this song in the game, you're actually you're basically wrecking people's 90s Honda Accords or something of that nature. That you literally have to ram them off the road because they're using cell phones while driving. Yeah, but as I say, the 607 was a very interesting French boat. There was also a Rover 75 V8 and the MGZT V8, which was... The MGZT V8 was basically the illegitimate child of a Rover 75 and a Ford Mustang. Had rear-wheel drive and a V8 and everything. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I just know a bunch of random cars from, like, the turn of the millennium, from Europe, mainly. I feel like that's what I really know. It's one of those things, like, the affordable cars of my day would have been those kinds of vehicles, so I kind of learned a few things about them. I also am more interested in that era. This wheel is not adding to the car. That's not good. That's not what I want. Yeah, I think they call Rover Roe in China or something like that. But I don't think it's like anything near what it used to be. I think they do. Well, I don't know if they still sell them, but they were selling like the MG6, as I believe they called it, which was basically a completely redone version of the 75 platform and it had the K-series and everything. I always found that interesting because, like, they took the basic Rover 75 and they changed it. I think they did fix the head gasket stuff though. Like, that was always an issue on the older K-series. I think the Chinese actually fixed the whole head gasket issue which was around when they released that car, and added a turbo and stuff, so I imagine that would be a good engine swap for some of the earlier Rovers. Even if the cars themselves weren't exactly desirable that they came in. I mean, I can't, honestly though, I can't see the Rover of today as being like the same as MG Rover. I just can't see them as being the same company. Because they seem just like a Chinese company to me nowadays. So, 76.9. Sportiness is bad on this, but drivability is actually really high. Incredibly good braking performance. So that's the thing about it. 11.6. Now, yeah, I did. I don't know if it was South Africa, but I think I did once read that they were selling like fiberglass versions of the Mini. Somewhere far away from the UK, they're actually selling fiberglass like bodied versions of the Mini. I found that quite interesting. I think that was in the 70s or the 80s or something. Just seems a completely random thing, though. Like, why make fiberglass minis there, but never sell them in the UK if you've already developed the bodywork and stuff? Because surely a lightweight fiberglass mini would have its advantages. Especially in a place where they rust, typically. Unless it would have just been too expensive for a small car. 34.5 on the brakes, okay. Drivability goes up when I make them smaller. The advantage of carbon ceramics on the back, they don't overheat near as easy as other types of brakes. $76.9, 77, 34.5, okay. So I think I want to use the sportiness, not the drive. Might be mini cord, I'll look. There was also, what's it called? So, not mini macros, it was, something, in a Chanty, was it? I'm probably mispronouncing that horrendously, but that was like based on the mini, and they completely changed the entire thing. I mean, it might be mini cord. I don't know. I just read about it quite a while ago. But it just struck me as being quite an interesting thing that went on with the mini. I know the Innocenti mini, or however you say that as well, which I'm probably saying completely wrong. It's, as I say, I think that was Italian, and they changed the entire car to the point it didn't even look like a mini. I think they changed the rear suspension as well to leaf springs, which it wasn't originally. I mean, it's just a very interesting thing that happened to the minis over the years. And then there's also the mini macros in the 60s, which is like a mini that doesn't really look like a mini also. There's all the luxury minis that they were selling to celebrities as well in the 60s and 70s. Like, they did a lot with the minis. The drivability on this car is insanely good, but not for the actual sportiness. So, okay, 73.4. I mean, the thing does slow. Not as good as something on full racing slicks, but it gets close. I guess partly because it's so lightweight. I did find something interesting though, a random aside, but I think the Datsun 510 fiberglass and plastic, is that what they made the mini cord out of? I mean, I do remember it was something like that they made it out of. It was like it was different from the mini we know in the UK. But anyway, I was saying, the Datsun 510 in Forza, the one they've got in Forza, I believe that is the exact same engine as the Datsun 160Z. So, probably the closest you'll get to driving one in a video game. But yeah, I just found that interesting, because the engine seems exactly the same between the two cars. Same power, same size, all that. Now, drivability. 73.3. I think rear force going down and the actual size going up. There's apparently no brake fade. No brake fade at that size. Okay, see how small I can go with these and keep them free of brake fade, I wonder. So Venezuela, is that? I think I pronounced that correctly. So they assembled it there. I mean, Yeah, as I say, it's like the Mini had an extremely interesting history. The more I think of it now, the more interesting it gets with just how they made them so far out and in so many different ways. Okay, 72.9, 73. I think drivability is a big thing here. Like, how drivable is my rear brake's going to be? Because sportiness is one thing, but it's like drivability is how stable it is under braking. So I don't really want to use that to... Don't really want to use sportiness on the rear brakes. It can make it slide a little. 73.4. Okay, I think this braking performance is decent. I could try increasing the front force. I mean, there is grip in these tyres. A surprising amount of grip for something with... something which isn't actually slicks at all. Surprising amount of on-road grip. Could add more Maxwells. I mean, at this point, like, I've done a decent enough job, I think, of the rest of the car. So I need a steering wheel, and I need some Maxwells. Right, so, steering wheel. I want the heart wheel. There, finally it's working, okay. Gonna have to obsessively save. That wheel got hidden quite easily. I mean, this is still giving me my summer car vibes. Like, it just reminds me of a Satsuma for some reason, which I can't quite understand why. It does have maximum usability, though, of a CD player way on the back, way over on the passenger side. Oh yeah, so most cars in Venezuela are assembled from foreign cars. I cannot pronounce these things very well, but I try. Can probably move this wheel out a little more. I could probably make it larger, but as I say, there's not a lot of space on this interior, so... As I say, I have to add... I mean, is there any green there? I have to add, plastic. No, this is luxury, so it actually gets leather. Need to try and get the right shade of green. Just a fun random reference, I think. Oh, can get a kind of yellowy green because her hair has yellow and green on it. There we go. That is my steering wheel. It is designed after me. Looks like an apple, though. Just ignore the fact it looks like an apple. That is totally me. So, Yeah, that exhaust is still wild. But it's not in the way of Maxwell, so it's a success. I think if I just get like a kind of tube cylinder as it calls it. And no, it's doing that thing again, like it's just not attaching stuff. I do need to move the seats, however. That is one thing I can do. Because the seats are too far out on the car. I think I've got a lot of fixtures here. Move them forward a little. Okay, I think that looks decent. Then Veneer Auto Total? I'll have to look that up as well now. A version of an Iranian car, which is a version of a French car. That car sounds like it's been all around the world. It comes up with like how to make a car in something or on a YouTube tutorial. I don't know, is it Total? I don't know if it's like autocorrect does sometimes wreak havoc. Oh yeah, so I think it is Total. Yeah, that actually, to me, that looks kind of like a Volkswagen, the one it comes up with. I don't know, maybe they did use different cars. I mean, I think I said there was like some company that was basically selling versions of Daihatsus. And I forget its name, but they were selling like different versions of Daihatsus in the UK. I don't think they were most successful. Probably because Daihatsu had already sold what they were selling. Tuple. Oh yeah, it did come up with a picture of that when I put Total anyway, so... Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see, like, some cues of a normal car. I'm not sure if there's going to be much French left in it, honestly, after so much translation layers of the, you know, companies doing stuff with it. I don't know, something about it says Renault Clio to me. I'm probably completely wrong. Something says first gen Clio. Perhaps Renault 5? I don't know. I just see some Rover Metro in the roofline. Which, if it's not got any Metro in there, is actually pretty impressive. That they should be able to fool me like that. Okay, that's far from ideal. I have now a steering wheel. I have become a steering wheel. Okay, that's something. I mean, I need to change the colour of this. Leather. No, we don't get leather there. That would be expensive. We get plastic there. I think this car is the height of luxury, personally. I mean, how could you look at this and say it's not luxurious? It is the most luxury that has ever luxuried. I feel like this is a song that no one's ever heard, like, the full thing of in the game. Like, it's in the game, but, like, I don't remember ever hearing the full thing. I feel like it plays, like, 3 seconds of it when you enter a level or something. Based on a Kia Pride, which was based on a Ford Fiesta. Wait, so it's based on an Iranian car, based on a Kia Pride, based on a Ford Fiesta. That is a lot of layers. I don't know, I would say I can't see the Ford Fiesta, but I think it's because I'm looking for a Fiesta hatchback. It's probably not based on the hatchback version of a Fiesta. I mean, that goes through a lot of layers, though, to finally get to being the car it is. Oh, you know what this car needs? We need fender mirrors. Forget the fact that we've already got 2 mirrors. More mirrors obviously makes the car better. I mean, I say that as if, like, no one's used fender mirrors before. It was actually used, I think, on many Japanese cars. Even in combination with other mirrors, I think they often had fender mirrors. Which kind of makes sense when you consider how tight some of those Japanese roads actually are. These are also 60s Dodge Charger mirrors, so... I mean, that's a way to add fender mirrors. I'm not sure how functional they're going to be at that angle, but... we can pretend they're functional. I feel like I might just make them chrome because... just because of random reasons. So you get chrome, but you only get it on the fender mirrors. Looks kind of like he's got ears now. Although also are those mirrors back there ears? I don't know. And to balance out the chrome there, you get plastic mirrors up here. I feel like I need a new name for this. So actually, you know, it was I'm trying to think, what was Ferrari backwards? Oh yeah, that was it. I'm thinking of bringing that back, bringing that name back. Because somehow I just feel like this looks like it's some weird supercar. So they named it after the national bird. I feel like I could call it a RF bird, but I feel like in true nature it should be backwards. I could actually call it the Two-Pal because we know this company, but backwards, because we know this company likes stealing names and putting them backwards. Or Turpal, sorry, I'm completely misreading that. But I need to write it backwards, so... lap. It's the Laprot. I'm trying to find out that's some weird insult. There we go. They can't sue us because the name's written backwards. So, where's that text? It's not letting me grab it. There we go. Oh dear. Yeah. Maxwell is the only car brand. But what about Iwawef? They make exotics. Like, I need to change this. It's not actually working because of the size. Ah, there we go. Now it is. But Lapwood may... Not Lapwood, yeah, that's been very strange at entering it. I'll have to go back in a moment. What top speed do we have again? 164. This is probably quicker than my Citroen, which is scary. But yeah, this is a wheel brand, but they have to put Iwawef on it because it's a truly exotic car with leaf springs on the front and a Maxwell in the back. Wait, Maxwell... well, I've had an idea. Maxwell is so heavenly. Maxwell is so angelic. The reason this makes rear end lift is he's actually so much of an angel. He's lifting the car up off the ground. So now I have had another cursed idea. Give him like 2 Countach rings instead of like actual angel rings. I wonder if I can actually, if I can put this here, but like without the feet. If this works. Okay, so we've got this now. Wait, you know what we're actually gonna do? We're not gonna learn from any of these other companies' mistakes. We're gonna try and sell this car from a brand no one's heard of in a country far away from its origins. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong with the idea. I can probably make these rings a little smaller. Chrome wings. Nah. They have to be glass, I think. I believe I know how to make the glass work, though. Just these kind of ethereal-like rings. Which I may have tried on Sakura and not got them to work all that well. They don't look too bad, I mean... I feel like there must be a transparency setting. Because I think I found it before. There we go. So we can make them more white, definitely. To give that ethereal look. My company never learns. Right, this is my explanation though as to why this thing makes rear end lift. There we go. Not perfect, but I think Maxwell will fly just fine. The 2 power based on an Iranian car based on a French. Wait, most Iranian cars are based on 2000s Peugeots. I should recognise that then. If they're based on 2000s Peugeots, that's like an area I should know. I'm not doing very well as a French car person. I have fixed the vents though a little. Maxwell does need a halo because he's lifting the whole car up with his angelicness. That's why there's no downforce on the back. We all must know this by now. Just trying to get these wings to like actually come out his back okay. So they look like symmetrical and everything, which they probably won't be, but... Oh no, I've just realised how dumb I'm being. Those are functional wings in the world of automation. I'm being so dumb because they're actually functional wings in the world of automation. I'm going to have to use 3D shapes or something. Oh, it's not changing that because I went on wing in the search bar. Ooh, grills. I may have a better idea now. That kind of makes sense, actually, having a partnership with the Iranian government. That would explain it, though, why they are using those kinds of cars a lot. Now, these should not add functional downforce, so I should be allowed to use them. They're not as good wings, but... I mean, I don't know what I could do. Need to change these to the glass colour. No, apparently I've moved it just by changing it to a glass colour. They are some wings, definitely. I feel like sometimes these countries just do what they can get to get a good deal on. Like I know the Russians used, I think it was a lot of was it Fiat stuff? So, and I don't think it's like they had any love for Fiat or whatever. I think they just you know, I think it was just the right time and place that they could get a lot of those kind of Italian cars, so they probably just went with it that way. Or at least the designs for them, should I say. My LG monitor is threatening to turn off in like 1 minute. They're pretty bad rings, but they don't provide active downforce. There should be like a donut shape somewhere. Yeah, it looks like that, which is perfect for using as a halo. I feel like my PC is making burning smells. Time to move the case. Cover off. I don't know, the PC isn't bad. It's like usually just fine. I did give Maxwell a hat once upon a time, so this is kind of the continuation of that, I think. I think I did call my art PC the Fire Hazard. That's its official name. That has 128 gigabytes of RAM, which will make me a billionaire in the modern standards. It wasn't worth that much when I bought it, but... it's gone up quite a lot. Okay, now we're gonna need glass, but we're gonna need tinted yellow glass, because this is hopefully gonna work. There we go. Okay. Then we can adjust the transparency. Lower the roughness, I would say. That looks a little green and not actually yellow. Maybe we'll go with a super bright yellow. Try 15. I don't know if I'm quite happy with that, but it is a halo of sorts. Okay, I don't know where to take this now. I've done most of the design, I think, just fine, but it seems a little too logical. We can have more Maxwells, I mean, that wouldn't hurt. Probably go trying to get the suspension working a little better, because it's like seizing up on the whole design. I'll type that in. Eco sounds almost like IKEA. I don't think they're making cars at IKEA though. That looks kind of like there's the Vauxhall something over Sentra, is it? And the Calibra, and there is also the Volkswagen Bora. I kind of see all them in it, honestly. Yeah, like, I see some 90s Vauxhalls and something of the Volkswagen Bora, which was basically a Jetta in the early 2000s. I see something of that. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they are Vauxhall headlights, at least. I'm probably massively off, honestly. I can actually soften this a little. Because I don't want the front to be too stiff, sorry, on the anti-roll stuff. As long as it's not hitting sportiness too hard. So 12.9. I feel like I can adjust the springs instead of the anti-roll bars and get more out of this. Peugeot 405. I do remember that. The for 405 actually had rear hydraulic suspension on certain versions. I don't know. I could kind of see it if I really look, but I think it's the headlights throw me off, honestly. At least I were in the right era with the Vauxhalls of the early 90s. That's the one win I can say I have. At least I kind of guessed the era correctly of a base car. 2001 to 2022. Oh, that actually goes quite recent. They sold that after C5 production stopped. They actually sold the C5 that I've got in China for, I think, 4 years after Europe. So I know some random facts about, mainly about, like, the French cars. I know some completely random facts. Okay, so this is something. I have no idea how good my suspension tuning is going to be. I hope it's good. It's just, it's such a mismatched suspension, like, overall choice, so... But we don't question the wheel. So the rear dampers are not too hard, but they are pretty firm. I know the Crown Victoria, actually, that was the Ford Crown Victoria, that was sold for a while as well. I think they sold that from the early 90s, like 93-ish, to a few years later, like 2010, 2011. Rear sway bars that can be adjusted. Okay, I think that's a decent setup. Yeah, so it makes sense though, I mean, why they have long production cycles. The other thing is, like, the Mini had a long production cycle. I think the one thing that, like, ultimately killed it off was the safety regulations. I think just a lot of cars have long production cycles, but then I feel like European cars, particularly with the newer safety regulations, that's what does them in. Like, I think it's Europe and America both have mandatory, like, reverse cameras nowadays. So that's going to probably hit a few cars where it's not really possible to incorporate a reverse camera properly. But I guess if you don't have a requirement for that, then the older platforms, they're probably like good value for money to use, and they're proven as well, so they're not going to just fail immediately. So I was doing something with this. I think I was adding more Maxwells. If I can find the model designer, like, part. Okay, I like that halo a bit more looking back on it. It's not terrible. Could fit 2, like, full-size Maxwells in. That should actually be a official measurement term for vehicles, how many Maxwells you can fit in. Forgetting litres of space, how many Maxwells does it fit? I wonder if this will make supercharger noises. Because I did have that one and it made like supercharger noises which actually sounded like Maxwell was making them. Because they sounded enough like cat noises. Feel like I need these Maxwells rotating a little. Well, one of them, not this one, the other one. Next to it. (1965 to 2005), and the pickup version like lasted 10 years longer than that. That is long. The Mini was, I think, 1959 to 2001. So, yeah. So it looks kind of like a Lada, but I think slightly nicer. Yeah, I mean, the Mini was fairly similar, although the pickup outlasts the Mini. I think the Beetle was one of the longest ones. Because I think it's probably stopped selling it in Germany by the time that finished production. I think they've been making some form of Beetle since the 1940s and then they eventually stopped. But as I say, I guess a proven platform has its advantages. I mean, it's not explicitly like one generation, but I think the Japanese have been making those like key trucks very similarly for a number of years. They didn't do like one generation, but the overall engine layout and type of engine and stuff stayed the same for like decades, I think. They may have even used the same ladder frame, but just changed everything on top of it. The Paycarn, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Ford. It says Ford, what do you call it? I'm forgetting the model. It was like one of the larger Fords. It's one of the largest Fords. I forget the name. I forget the name, but it was like the largest Ford there was. The one that, like, they made the Scorpio of eventually. In the 90s and no one liked it. We can hide a secret Maxwell in here, I think. I only speak English. I don't know, I'm not good with languages. Okay, I've hidden a Maxwell in the front. There was space, so I feel I might as well put Maxwell in there. He has a vent as well. I think I do need a pair of cup holders on the dashboard because luxury. I think this car is very prestigious with all these luxury features. I'm not sure there's actually enough space in the dash. I'll just have to haphazardly attach it somewhere. Alright, that's the luxury you're getting. You're getting a cup holder mounted onto the carpet. The luxury of it all. I feel like the racing stripes could stretch to the back. Are they nah, that doesn't do what I wanted it to. Don't think I can have the stripes on the back. It just doesn't fit anywhere. City Golf. So the City Golf was 84 to 2009. That is 25 years. I mean, here, that's not something you could imagine because the predecessor to my C5, that was about 7 to 8 years. That was a whole production run of it as far as I know. Unless they reuse the platform elsewhere. The one thing I know, I think a lot of Citroens use Peugeot platforms, but they add hydraulics. I think that's been a historic thing, so a few platforms will have maybe survived in Europe because of that. Like as I say, my C5 was no different there. It used the it used a lot of bits of the 407. I'm not sure it was fully a 407 platform, but it used a lot of 407 pieces. I think this car is pretty much done. I know, we have one thing. Okay. There's a bit of a badge there on the windscreen as well. I do want to add a mirror, a centre mirror, and then I think I'll be done. There we go, can get rid of that as well, we don't need that. I'll say that and then remove one of the badges, like elsewheres. I think there's a center one somewhere. That's not a center mirror. Old charger parts. Is there one for the center there? No. I could add some pedals. Red, yellow, blue, not green. Wait. I feel I must start a what do you call it? Start a protest for a car that's out of production. For all of the green-haired people, I must protest this injustice. Green-haired people deserve a car to colour after their hair. I've just realised I'm going to keep it because I think it's funny, but this car is a CVT and it's got 3 pedals, like a manual shifter. It's so like strange and it doesn't make any sense, but I kind of like just how weird it is. I feel like this song is a million times quieter than all the others. Yeah. Later on they had green. Oh, I have to buy a late model then. But late models are expensive. I don't know. I know with the what's it though, with that in my winter car, I actually kind of prefer the look of the earlier ones because it's got chrome bumpers and stuff. I like my chrome, although it doesn't fit this car. I mean, for a pickup truck, this looks extremely weird, but I don't hate it. It all kind of somehow works. Mirror. I was saying I need a center mirror, ideally. I could add wind-up windows. Yes. Keep seeing more to add. Oh, and it's frozen up. I'm sure these songs have got, like, so much quieter now on the playlist. I've actually got no indicators on the back. I keep seeing issues with this. Now, does it want smaller brakes or anything? Might as well just try and make any smaller refinements here. That I can. Yeah, I can make a bit more rear brake force. Not much, though. I do hope this thing drives well. You see, I just keep seeing things here that I don't like about it. Indicators. I'll probably just throw some on here. Like, these should do okay. Just mounted on the corners, like so. Then at least it's got indicators. It also doesn't have reverse lights. It looks like a chipmunk now I've added the indicators. I think for the reverse light... I think, is that just a reverse light by itself? Might be. Actually, I could just mount that in the centre of the grille. That doesn't look too bad. Wait, you know what? I said it looks like a chipmunk. I have to do this now. I have to run with this idea. Because white is also the colour of, like, teeth, typically. Or how teeth are meant to look. Yes. So that was a happy little accident there. Kind of made it look even more like a chipmunk in some weird sense of the word. So, I was going to do something else, wasn't I? Mirror. The middle mirror. And the window winders. Wait, so the Mitsubishi Freaker, they only sold in, free car? I don't know. So only sold in Africa, so... Oh yeah, that looks like, that does look like one of the smaller crosses. You know what that reminds me of? It's actually Renault Kangoo. It reminds me of a Renault Kangoo facelift. Yeah, it does. It reminds me of a Renault Kangoo. Particularly the one from the 2000s, the facelift. That front end exactly reminds me of that facelift first gen Renault Kangoo. Oh, the mirror. I need to find these things, but I keep getting distracted. The mirror is probably more important than the window winders. I don't know why the thing is like fumbling like this and not adding the trim. So what stats have we got? Sportiness isn't very good, but drivability is amazing, and it has almost no comfort, which is to be expected, honestly, with this setup. It's race car. I can try adjusting the tyres. Okay, drivability goes up when I make them smaller, but sportiness goes down. 73.3, 13. Yeah, I think as those tyres were configured, they are fine. I mean, I could make it more sporty, but I do want the thing to be somewhat drivable. Right, window winders. Modern sun visors. I seem to be able to find anything but the mirror. Landio. I can't help but think Landio was like some take on Land Rover to try and convince people it has a legacy or something like that. Not the Subaru kind of legacy. Somehow that happened. Yeah, the least comfortable location ever for window winders there. There's not a lot of space to put window winders in this car. But it is premium, so you get window winders because that's obviously a premium feature. I mean, I know there is a center mirror somewhere, but I just can't find it. I found it before. Is there one in here? There is a steering wheel thing there, but hey, thought it added one. Interior pack 2. Is it going to be in here? There's some nice sports seats there, but I've already got some. I could look in here. I mean, I found the fuzzy dice, but I've not actually found the mirror for them to hang off of. Granted, these do actually... I'm pleased I found these because they do actually seem like they would fit on the overall theming of the car. Modular trunk. At this point, I'm thinking I'll just find something and stick it there as a mirror, even if it's not actually meant to be one. Now, I'll check on mirrors. Maybe I'm being completely dumb. And there is one under mirrors. Right, at this point I've spent far too long trying to find a rear view mirror. I'm going to just do a weird thing and put a side mirror there, so I can at least have something. Can flip it around like that. Like, it's not ideal, but I'd rather have this than just have no mirror. Gotta remind people it's luxury by adding plastic everywhere. I mean, there's got to be a mirror space. So I'm going to just make that chrome. That should work well enough. Like, it's not ideal, but it is a centre mirror, even if it's not a very good one. Ah, Proton. I remember Proton. Didn't Proton in the 2000s have, Proton in the 2000s, I think they had, this big thing about Lotus tuning. Still didn't sell them in the UK. But I think they had this, like, big marketing push about Lotus tuning their suspension or something like that. And it was supposed to make it seem like they were incredible handling, like, budget BMWs or something, but no one really bought into it. At least here. Now, I'm hoping that race differential it's got carries its weight, which there is not a lot of, thankfully. Should be ready to export the thing. Still got that Mitsubishi FreeCut on, and it's like, it's reminding me of the... Use high resolution textures, sure. My PC can't explode. I mean, I think I've done this about as much as I can. I have got a chair here that doesn't slide about like the other one. I switched them over with the Art PC and this one. Which is something I should have done a long time ago, because this one doesn't have wheels on. So it should drive... Well, I should be able to drive with it better. It's got a lot to export. Wow, apparently going for 4¼ hours. That is longer than I expected. I will load into Beam now, so just close automation. And then hopefully the car will open decently well. Where is it? There it is, Beam. Beam and G Drive. It says it's synchronizing cloud. I don't know why it's taking a while. I think it's loading in. Took a bit of a moment, but I think it's loading in. And it's loaded on the other monitor. Of course it would. I can't even change OBS while it's loaded on there because it's literally covering it. There, it is improved. Find the thing. I need to find the image. There we go. Now we're going free roam. We want to go on time trials. Yeah, it seems to be taking a little bit longer to load all this stuff. Now, where is the crazy vehicle? There it is. The Laproute. I don't know, it would probably be pronounced Laproute, but I call it Laproute because it's funnier, I think. Ruling Hongguang Mini EV. I feel like that's the one that's in Forza, if I remember correctly. There is one of them in there. And that's like the little thing that looks vaguely like a smart, but different. Oh yeah, so I don't know, it shows that there's Plus, I think, but there's like a million different versions of it. Yeah, there's like this tiny one, and then there's a largish van made based on it. I will turn the musics off now. Apparently I'm right at the end of the playlist just as I move on to this, so that's the thing. I need to go over here so I don't block the speedometer. I remembered to do a thing. I'm also floating. There we go. That should work. Doesn't sound too bad. It's not going to make power though. It makes like 204 or something. Oh, it's a CVT, I've just remembered. I'll turn the drive mode off. As I say, the one advantage to having this car with the CVT, it doesn't need insane power. Oh dear. Can see Maxwell's wings just poking out. It doesn't handle too badly. It's not very exciting sounding. It makes a hum. It just doesn't sound exciting at all. It handles pretty flat. I mean, it makes sense why it gave it such a low sportiness score and a high handling score, actually, because it doesn't handle badly, but it's not exciting at all. Suspension was hitting its limits there, I could feel, but it did keep the thing under control. This is actually surprisingly smooth. Given it's got leaf springs on the front and double wishbones on the back, I'm actually impressed by how smooth this thing is over bumps. Go light on the brakes. It's also on these off-road tyres, or these rally tyres. So as good as it is on the road, I'm curious to see how this would handle on the dirt. I think the wide rear tyres probably help it a little. There's not a whole lot of understeer. There is a bit, but nothing enough to make this tricky to drive. I feel like this could be quick just because it's extremely predictable. And it brakes well and it corners well predictably. It's not fun though. Like, you can feel it knows what to do with a corner, but it is not fun. Like, it's not keeping you on edge. You just know exactly what the thing's going to do at any moment. Which does have quite definite advantages, honestly. I mean, I can probably push this harder than I am. I'm just not pushing it super hard. Naturally, with all these vents, we have no overheating issues whatsoever. Oh dear. Okay, that was the first time it slid, but I was really pushing the car, so that's expected. Oh dear. I should not have gone over bumps that way. I think mechanically it's fine, though. I don't think I've done any damage. It was just a little rough. As I say, I know exactly where this thing is going and what the suspension's doing. Like, if I somehow manage to slide this, it's because I'm being careless and lifting up one of the springs. And the sound is just so boring. Again, it ties into it, like, it's very drivable. The power curve and how it delivers the power is actually pretty good, but it's not exciting. You see, there, it went, but I expected it to. I was pushing it over the bumps. Of course, it's not going to grip perfectly, as you just wouldn't expect that. Like, this is a very interesting car, because it drives how I would expect and no different. And despite the kind of iffy aerodynamics, I mean, it's going up to 130, 135, and it just doesn't feel scary at all at those speeds. I mean, I wasn't expecting this to handle so well. I guess it is kind of cheaty that it's a pickup truck body and it's basically like a pickup version of a hatchback, but I'm doing what I can to try and get the prompts working, and this is what I ended up with. Hunan Province is a Chinese province by the border. Oh, and they have their own car brand. You see, I was able to read that. That's how predictable this thing is. I was able to read that without going off at all. Oh dear. As I say, when it goes, it's because I'm doing something stupid. Like that. But it's taking it just fine. I'm just not sure I can ever get this to go really quick. Maybe it just feels slower than it is. It's not making exhaust now it's going. Like, you could see the exhaust when it was stopped, but I'm not seeing much exhaust here. Heard a bit of supercharger whine there. Had to really push it in a certain way, though, to get that whine. Okay, so I know what to do now. I can push this car, but just avoid going crazy with it over bumps. And it should be fine as long as I approach the bumps with a little bit of caution like that. Like, I'm going over them, but I'm not just going full power all the way. I'm knowing to respect the thing a little. I mean, it does roll a little. It doesn't roll near as much as I would have expected, given the suspension config. It handles just amazingly flat for what it is. It feels almost like it's not got ABS though, so maybe that's me getting the setup a little twisted, and I went on the dirt, but it was recoverable. Didn't lose too much time. Probably helped by the rally tyres. Yeah, like, as I say, I don't know how quick it's going to go exactly, but I've not had a major off. I've not even almost hit a wall in this. Surrounded by... Oh, it's surrounded by water and they have their own car brand. You see, like, I'm driving this thing at speed and I can still read the chat with no issues. I have to say, like, the thing is, it's one of these cars, it feels like from a, measurable perspective, it is probably the nicest handling, and yeah, I kind of messed up there. Actually, I don't know, that might have been pretty quick, because I kind of messed up, but I didn't go off the track as much as I could have. Yeah, anyway, as I say, I'm able to read the chat because it's so predictable. Like, it's one of those things that would get you in trouble in so many of these randomised builds, but this, it just takes it. I am going on the dirt a bit, but it's mainly just me trying to save time and push this thing a little harder because I know it can take it. It's not the car's fault when it goes off, that's me. And it's understeering. Okay, the understeer is kind of a car's fault, kind of my fault. It does understeer a little, but I would rather have that understeer than the oversteer that it could provide instead. Oh dear. This is just a little too good, I feel. Bit of sideways, but managed to keep it under control. Yeah, builds speed well. Corners quite nicely. It's just less fun than others. But it's got the second quickest time over the 3 laps in the after the Fabulous Roadster. The fastest time was 2:24. It's not the fastest, but it's surprisingly close to cars that are like genuinely fast. And those 2 laps, for some reason, one of them was a lot slower for 2:31, but that's consistency. 2 laps within a second of each other. That is good. So, where does that put it under? Maxwell Mobile. Okay, it's beaten by the Maxwell Mobile, which, if anything, was its... The Maxwell Mobile, I would say, was its major competition here, because they're both pretty similar in overall setup. The Maxwell Mobile, I think it just has the power advantage, so it's just over 2 seconds slower than the Maxwell Mobile. And the Fabulous Roadster and all that. But 8th quickest, is it? If I just check. Yeah, so... Yeah, I'd say it's, yeah, this is the 8th fastest car, which I would say is pretty good. Anyway, I will read that now. So it's Heimer, the brand's Heimer, which is a joint venture between the government and Mazda. That's quite interesting. I mean, so One Island is that. One Island has their own car company. I wouldn't have expected that. Those are some bright headlights, and I've just realised I've put the fuzzy dice on the front of the car. That's probably why it handles so well, because of the fuzzy dice. But anyway, I'm pretty pleased with this. I think it's just a generally decent vehicle. Even with the front leaf springs, it goes. It makes some supercharger noise. Wait, it's making more noise now than I remember. Was it just... It sounds like a train. That's what it sounds like. I think there's an access to the dirt track round here. Well, not from this area. I think somewhere around here I can, like, turn into the dirt road. I just have to find the point. Can I get in round here? I'll just, like, cheese my way past the border of the track if that. Yeah, it takes these bumps decently well. Not the absolute best, but it does take them. And we're off-road. Okay, good. These rally tyres, they are gripping as you would expect rally tyres to. Grip isn't even that much worse than on the track. Yeah, these really do grip into the dirt. Didn't quite hit that tree. It managed to save itself. 7X minivan design, but that actually sounds like an iPhone, honestly. I don't know, I know some of the Chinese cars just have that kind of name. Like, they don't give them really, exotic names. They just sound like that. It does sound like an iPhone to me, though. I feel like 7X, there probably is actually an iPhone 7X. Either that or it's some kind of Samsung, like Samsung Galaxy 7X, I don't know. Let's go up here. I like how this car, though, you can go wherever you feel like, even with rear-wheel drive. Okay, it retains stability there, I'll take that. I think the Maxwells are okay, mostly. The Maxwells in the back survive very well. I mean, do those front lights work? Probably. Okay, it's taken the longest time ever to respawn the vehicle. Ah, yeah, it's end for lights. I don't think we have front turn signals. Well, I guess we have the ones on the mirrors. I'll have to count them. So, yeah. I mean, I'll actually bring out the Maxwell mobile because, as I say, that was its major competitor. Spawn new. So, yeah, as you can figure, this one sounds a lot more exciting. And it makes cat noises. But the suspension of this is the same. It's also made of carbon fibre. It's also a mid-sized pickup truck. They are, surprisingly enough, both like mid-sized in terms of wheelbase. Granted, that one is a lot lower than this one. So, if I can go into neutral, I think this is a sequential 5-speed, which is arguably better, more powerful as well. So it's Chinese or English words per letter and a number. That makes sense. I think, wasn't there one of them? I think that might have been the minivan. It was like built with GM as well as with Chinese companies. I do like this thing though. It defies logic because I should hate this thing with a front leaf springs and a lack of power, but it just drives so well. Until you lose it and... oh dear. That didn't happen. Maxwells are safe. Hamia is a portmanteau of Hani and Mazda. Don't know, is that like, so is that a different division of Mazda? I feel like there's a word I'm not understanding in my own language. I do, like, as I say, this car is just, it's actually strangely fun to drive because it's predictable. In a way, it reminds me of a Rover 75 thing I built, just easy to drive, and because of that, I kind of like it, even if it's not exciting. Oh, let's see how it does on here with the water. This grip is impressive. Like, we're on water and the thing is still gripping just fine. Can even push it a little, although it does understeer. Okay, so I think I can leave it here. I've got a lot of editing to do with all these clips from various streams. But anyway, I feel I'm quite pleased with what I've created. The angelic Maxwell, I think, saved this car, made it a lot faster. But anyway, with that said... Wait, why is that M black and then the rest of the word isn't? That's a bit odd. Anyway, I'll enter the interior. and I'll leave it here for today. And I will say goodbye until another day.